Hi.
Hi, are you sure you can prepare for product based companies through this course?
Yes, sitting at home?
No way!
Yes, way. Don't delay. Enroll now.
Geeks learning together.
Hi, and welcome to Geeks for Geeks. Now, without any further ado, let me add Yash and Abhinav to the stream.
Hi, Siddhartha. How are you?
Hi, how are you, Yash?
Hi guys.
I'm good. How are you? How was the festive season for you?
Yeah, it was quite hectic to be honest. The recordings and all were a bit difficult one because of the noises going around the house.
I have one
Okay,
more
what about you,
information.
Abhinav?
Abhinav has recently.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Abhinav will give that information. Fine. Let's move ahead to Abhinav.
Yeah, I am also fine. I am also doing great. There's that recording classes and live is going on.
So,
Okay,
what
so
are we
did you
doing today?
enjoy the Shira?
Yeah, I have enjoyed. I have enjoyed.
Okay, so let's start with the introduction. Yash, can you introduce yourself?
Sure. So, hi everyone. My name is Yash Dwivedi. Currently, I'm working as an intern at GeeksforGeeks. I'm a candidate master on CodeChef, candidate master on Code Forces, 5-star on CodeChef, and I've been working here at since past 1 year. So, Abhinav, you can continue.
Hello guys. This is Abhinav Awasthi. I am
Uh, he
ICPC's
needs no introduction for by the way.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
that's
I was
not the
also
case.
thinking that.
Yeah, so I am ICPC regionalist, a 5-star coach, expert at coach courses, and currently I am working as a DSA mentor at GeeksforGeeks.
Hey,
Okay.
so hi everyone, I'm Siddhartha Hazra. I'm a 2023 batch pass out. Currently, I'm in my fourth year in Netaji Subhash Engineering College. I'm a candidate master in code courses and a mentor and a SD intern at Geeks for Geeks. I'm also a ICPC regionalist of 2020. Okay, so what are we doing today, Yash?
First of all, like to be honest, audience, I can see the audience vibe is very low. So all of you can quickly give us a +1 if you can clearly hear us, and give like hit the like button as well so that we can understand that the audio and the video is perfectly working fine. And then we'll introduce about the session and everything. So just quickly give us
Yeah,
a +1 in the chat as an acknowledgement because we forgot to do that in the starting, right? So just a quick +1 in the chat from the audience and hit the like button as well so that we can understand that everything is working fine.
अब पता चला बाकी लोग हैं इतना देर तो चैट सेक्शन काफी ठंडा पड़ा हुआ था.
Okay, like I can see 100 people, so I am expecting 100 +1s at least, right? Okay,
तो चैट
great,
सेक्शन
guys.
काफी ठंडा.
Uh, Great. So Siddharth, I thought so. See, first of all, we have been doing these live streams, 4-hour SD sheet live streams from a long time, so that will be there. But Siddharth, other than this, do we have anything else as of now?
Yes, absolutely. Let us reveal the topics because I have been getting numerous queries about the topic that we would be holding today. So today we would be holding on to the topic of binary search, where Abhinav would be starting off, and and Abhinav would introduce you to binary search as well as he would give up with the basic questions like searching and sorting. Why do we need binary search over linear search, and when do we need to prefer binary search over linear search? And then fast forward to that, I would come into picture and I would tell you about the importance of lower bound as well as upper bound, and then I would tell you to play with it. And the lower bound and upper bound would be a building base for the advanced binary search. Like it would prepare you how to play with the binary search. Like Abhinav would tell you the skeleton of binary search, and he would tell you the basic, like to search an element, and it would be for the next 80 minutes. And after that, following, I would be telling you about the lower bound and upper bound, which would allow you and it would help you and it would help you to learn to play with the binary search function. And then fast forward to that, Yash Dwivedi would introduce you to the monotonic function and how to do binary search on an answer, which is popularly known as advanced binary search. So be it either a beginner or an intermediate, you would be catered. Don't worry about that. Yeah, aggressive cows would be included, but see, aggressive cows as far as I remember, it is a question from Storch. Am I correct, Yash?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
so we would be limiting ourselves to the Geeks for Geeks platform, and we would be taking questions like minimum platforms, activity selection, and all this stuff, all this which are very akin to aggressive curves, very akin to that. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, Yash, can you tell us more about this boot camp going on?
Sure. Just give me a second. I need to share my screen first of all.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. When you are ready, just tell me. I would add it to the stream. Don't add it to the stream.
yeah, sure. So okay, fine. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, absolutely. We can see the screen now.
Okay. So see, currently there is a boot camp that is going on GFG. That is taken by Faraz sir, who is currently working as an SDE at Google. So he is currently taking this particular DSA boot camp, uh, for which the link can be found in the description. So Siddharth, can you paste the link? I have given the link in the private chat, so you can paste the link for everybody to enroll in it, and
Yeah,
then I'll start telling
absolutely.
about it as well. Okay. So you can see in this
Absolutely.
particular course that is taken by Faraz sir, who is an SD at Google. So we will be having every topic covered from scratch. You can see the first day, day one, which has already happened. We covered arrays and vectors. And there's one thing. In every day, there are three things. Like there are, you can say three sessions, or you can say there are three steps in one day. Like when the day starts, then basically Faraz sir starts with the lecture. Like he takes a lecture of 2 hours on GFG Practice YouTube channel, in which he teaches about the topic, that particular topic for that particular day. Then after that, on the next day, uh, the contest is held based on that particular topic. And after the contest, immediately after the contest, analysis of that contest is done by the mentors of Geeks for Geeks. So for taking the benefit of all these things, you need to enroll this course, because it is a course which is of 10 to 12 days. Like you can see, 12 days workshop it is. So you need to enroll in this course. So Siddharth has given the link in the description. So first of all, when you will click on that link, and if you have not registered for the course, so you will click on the, like you will enroll in this course, and then the start option will come for you. And you can see when the start option will come, then basically you can see here, if you will scroll down, so you can see that every topic and every date and timing has been mentioned about when Faraz sir will be taking all those sessions. Apart from this, when you will click on the start button course after enrolling in this particular course, then you will see that you will get the chapters, that is day one vectors, day two hashing, day three two pointers, day four binary search, day five sliding window, and everything like this, right? You can see going down the end, we will be solving the uh, SD problems for other topics as well, like searching and DP and everything advanced. After this, if you will click here, then you can see that after every after Faraz sir has taught that particular topic, then you can go to the contest and you can give that particular contest, right? So all these features will be available when you can enroll in this, when you are enrolled in this particular course. Now I can see that all the live lectures that have been taken, like all the live lectures that will be taken by him, they will be taken on the GFG practice channel. So Siddharth, you can share the link of the GFG practice channel as well. You can basically see here
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
today is day three, so he will be taking two pointers. Then you can also see binary search. Binary search will be there, sliding window on day five, on day six stacks and queues. And basically he has already taken a couple of sessions. You can say he started 2 days back with this particular session. That was on arrays and vectors. So you can find all these sessions free of cost on the YouTube channel. Other than this, another thing that I wanted to tell you is, you can see here that contests will be there, right? So after every topic has taken place, so you can give the contest, right? And you will be also getting access to the leaderboard. If you will see the leaderboard, so you can see that when you will be giving the contest, so obviously you will be getting some marks and scores. So based on that, a rank list will be prepared, and you can see yourself, your progress amongst other peers on this leaderboard. Other than this, as I said, the GFG team is also providing you the contest analysis. So you can see here that one contest analysis has already occurred. You can see here, yesterday it occurred, arrays and vectors, right? When you will click on it, you can easily watch it. So similarly for other contests as well, when the contest will be happening just in the next day for every topic, then you will get invitation link for the doubt sessions as well for the contest. Is this clear, Siddharth?
Yeah, it's absolutely clear.
Okay, so you can
Okay.
stop sharing my screen as of now.
Okay, so just some few rules that needs to be respected before we move forward. So I see that people were, so everyone would be already familiar who are following us the SDE stream on the practice channel. But here, people who are new, they need to learn that when you are asking a doubts, okay, most either of our mentors, if it is a doubt that needs to be answered, We would star mark it and we would keep it and we would reply it after the explanation of the current scenario is done. We won't stop the current scenario explanation and we would answer it. Please, there is no use of spamming it. If you spam it continuously, more than 140, more than 150 viewers are there, we would need to block you. So please respect this, okay? And don't spam. Whenever you think that you need to ask, we are star marking it and we would be replying it after the explanation. So there are three doubts that needs to be catered, okay? So can we crack placements in 2 months? It depends on the previous knowledge. Like, you have, if you have the programming logic, then it is possible. If you don't have the programming logic and you are starting from the very scratch, then it is very much difficult. Why? Because you need to prepare projects, you need to cater the fundamentals like computer network, DBMS, and operating system, these all things. So apart from DSA, if you need to cover only DSA when you already have the programming logic, then it is absolutely very feasible. How can we access the recording if it is not watched? I have already provided you the link to the practice channel and you would be able to do it. Okay. So
There are
GFG
two things, Siddharth,
placement.
that I would like to highlight.
Yeah,
He's asking about the recordings. So maybe he's
yeah.
asking that when Faraz sir is taking the class on YouTube, so will it be available after after the live is over? Yes, it will be available always on YouTube. And other thing is that if you are thinking about the Zoom, about the post contest analysis for every topic, then if you are not able to attend the post contest analysis, that also you can watch the recording part on the next day.
Okay, fair enough. So I hope everyone had understood. Next one is GFG placement 100 is in English. So one last. So POTD solving is not done at this channel. This is done on Geeks for Geeks practice channel regularly. Not regularly, every day, to be honest. Okay. So let us move forward. Abhinav, you are good to go. Can we start? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Fair enough.
First of all, before we start, Abhinav, in this sale, as you know, Abhinav always keeps on upgrading level by level after live streams. You know how much he earns through these live streams. So he keeps on upgrading his gadgets and everything around him, the background and everything and stuff. Right. So he has bought iPhone for 50,000 rupees. So all of you can write congratulations for Abhinav in the chat. Then we will begin with his discussion. All of you can write
Yeah,
congratulations for Abhinav in the chat.
Abhinav
Okay.
OP. Abhinav
This
OP
is
would be much better.
this is just
After
for
the first stream, he bought a MacBook. Then after that, he upgraded his background as well. Then he has bought now Apple iPhone. So quickly, congratulations in the chat, and then we shall move ahead.
So the
Okay.
the consistency and the speed on which Abhinav is going, I think that in the next 1 month he might also buy a new house.
All of you can give us a congratulations, right? All of you can give Abhinav a congratulations. He's in his third year. He has started with his third year. It's just September, so the session started in August, and you can see how hard he's working, right? So make sure to write Abhinav OP in the chat. That's nothing short of that is what he deserves as of now, right? He's growing at a fast pace.
Yeah, absolutely, very fast pace.
it's
Okay, so
thanks very much
people
for
are,
this.
but the number of congratulations is very less. Can we have some more? Let's keep the
No.
heat going.
Because we know that
The
Yeah,
I
you
line
can.
have
should
not
be heated up.
I have not buyed
If we want the line to,
Okay.
it's okay. So
So Abhinav, you can tell us how you'll be starting and what will be the flow.
yeah, so guys, first of all, so I think that before starting a topic, there are basically three parts how we have to discuss a particular topic. So when we have to talk about binary search, first of all we will discuss that what is binary search. Then we will discuss about that why binary search is used. And in the third part, we will discuss how binary search can be implemented. So this what, why, and how will be covered by me in this particular session, the first 80 minutes. We will discuss the particular technique, how binary search is implemented. We will discuss why we need binary search and the complete scenario where we can use the binary search algorithm. So now let's talk about, let me just share my screen. Uh, okay, fine. So guys, before talking about binary search, first let's talk about that what is searching, why we need searching algorithms. So as we let me just open a chat also so that I can read all of your comments. Okay, fine guys. So as you all know that we have lots of amount of data. I am using my laptop, I am using my phone. Okay, you have your own particular gadgets, and that particular the complete has a particular amount of data. And if we have some data, we have to perform the searching on that data. For example, that when you just search for a word in a dictionary, when you Google something, then Google algorithm basically search for that particular results. So searching is used everywhere, every time. Whenever you done a particular task, we perform searching on a particular set of data. So now let's talk about that how we can perform this searching algorithm in a more efficient way. So let's say that you are given with some list of numbers. Okay, let's take an array of number. Okay, so let's take that we have a 2, 1, 5, 4, 3. So these are some numbers given to us. Okay, let's increase some. These are some 7 numbers which are given to us. Okay, now if we have to perform the searching algorithm in this particular array of numbers, what we can do, let's say that we have to search for a number 3 which is present in this particular array. So what you will do, the only logic which will come in your mind is basically the brute force approach. So can anyone tell me that for this particular array, which searching algorithm we can use? Just write in the chat box. It will take us 1 or 2 seconds. Okay. Okay. It is a linear search algorithm because this particular array is not sorted. So what we will do? We will basically apply the linear search algorithm. Linear search algorithm is a very basic algorithm. What we will do, if we are given with some list of data, we will basically check for each and every element of that particular array, and we will check that whether the target element is present or not. So let's say that in this particular case, the target element which is given to us is 3, and we have to search that particular element in the given array. So what we will do, we will simply iterate through the complete array and we will search for that particular element. So it will be like, we will first check for the first element, then the second element, then third, and similarly we will just iterate through the complete array and we will search for 3. Can anyone tell me if this is a zero biased array, zero biased indexing is present here, at what index 3 is present? At what index 3 is present? You can just write on a chat box. I just want it to be interactive. So that session should be interactive now. Okay. So you can see, yeah, correct guys. So it is present at the fourth position. It is present at the fourth index. If we will just give it a zero bias indexing. So similarly, what we will do, we will check for each and every index. First, we will check for the zero index, then for the first index and second index. When we will reach the fourth index, we have got the 3. This is the very basic linear search algorithm which we are currently implementing in this particular list of data. This is a simple linear search. I hope that you all knows about this particular algorithm. This is the most easiest algorithm. Now, let's talk about how we can perform a more effective algorithm for searching. So now the time comes for binary search, the name for which we all are here, binary search algorithm. Binary search algorithm is only applicable on a particular type of data, on a particular type of array. If I talk about array, it is applicable on sorted or ordered data, which is sorted or ordered in a particular case, in a particular way. Let's say in an ascending order or in a descending order. Okay. So can you guys just tell me about the time complexity for this linear search algorithm? Can anyone tell me the time complexity for this linear search algorithm?
Guys, quickly comment down what is the time complexity for the linear search algorithm.
Yeah, binary
Binary
search
search
is
algorithm,
also
sorry.
possible. Binary search is also applicable on strings. It is applicable. if the characters are sorted according to the ASCII values. Yeah, so for the linear search algorithm, the time complex is O of n. It is a very basic thing. Yeah, for binary search it is log, and for linear search it is n. So means just take a little bit. Let's say that we have some data as let's say 20. We have 20 elements in a particular array. So in the worst case, we have to use, we have to perform 20 operations or not. We have to perform 20 operations. Is it right? If the value of n is 20. Similarly, let's say that there are 10 to the power 5 elements. There are 1 lakh elements. And it is possible. It is possible. The top social media platforms like Facebook and other platforms have millions of users, billions of users. And then also they perform searching. Then also we search for a particular user and it gives us the result. How it is possible? They might be using, because if there are 1 billion users of a particular platform and if they are doing the 1 billion operations, it is not possible. There they are using the binary search algorithm. Okay, so as I told you that let's say that our data which is given to us contains 10 to the power 5 elements, 1 lakh elements. In that case, we have to perform 10 to the power 5 operations. This is clear to everyone. If there will be a plus one, then I will think that it is clear to everyone. And now we will talk about that how binary search helps us. Okay. So now let's take a data. As I told you, for binary search, we want a sorted array. Okay. So let's say data given to us is 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. This is the data given to us. And let's say for this particular data, we have to find the value of 2. So there is an approach that we can just apply linear search algorithm. That is a very basic approach that we have discussed. But because the data is sorted, we can apply a different type of algorithm that is called binary search. Okay. Yeah, I am explaining. I have just started explaining binary search. Okay. Just from now we will start binary search. Okay. No problem. Now, guys, just tell me that if we have to search for a number, let's say that we are searching for a number 2. In binary search, what we will do, that we first take the middle point of the array which we are considering. Okay. So
Abhinav,
first we will take,
there's some query. Can you explain more? Somebody has,
yeah,
I think
I
some
have
people
I
have
have
some
read
issue.
that, Suganya. Yeah,
Okay.
I have just started explaining binary search. I have explained linear search. For the time complexity thing, for linear search it is O of n. For binary search, I have not discussed yet. So just be with me. You will get everything. Okay, fine. Now for this particular array, we will take two different pointers. The first pointer will be at the start of the array, and the second pointer will be at the end of this particular array. There will be 2 pointers. Is this thing clear to you? Because if you want to understand, so just be interactive with me. Whenever I am asking something, just reply. If you have any doubt, you can ask. I am here to discuss. Okay. Great case. So we will have 2 pointers. First will be at the start of the array and second will be at the end of the array. Now what we will do, we will find the midpoint of the array which we are considering. So just tell me guys, so we will focus on indexing. Okay, so this is 0 index, 1 index, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Okay, here you can see one thing, that our first pointer is at the start of the array, that is the 0th index, and second pointer is at the last of the array, that is the 6th index. Can anyone tell me where is the midpoint, which is the mid index for this particular array, which is the mid index? Just write in the chat box. It is 3. Okay, this is the mid of this particular array. What do we do? That for binary search algorithm, we compare the given element with the mid of the given array. Okay, so the elements which we are targeting is 2. Which we are targeting is 2. Let's say it is 2, and our mid is 5. Our mid is 5. So just tell me, guys. As you can see that this array of numbers are sorted in an increasing order. We are at 5. We are searching for 2. Where should this 2 be present? ये 2 कहाँ present होगा? Either या तो mid equal होगा, either the mid is equal to the target, or this will be present at the left side of mid or the right side of mid. There are just 3 possibilities. Okay, so either the target is present at mid, in the left of mid, in the right of mid. Exactly. Because this 2 is less than the current value 5. The current value of mid is 5 and the elements are in a increasing order. So we can assume, we can just consider it, not assume, we know that the elements which are less than mid are present in the left side. So we will go to the left side. Just tell me guys, for this left array, which is starting from index 0 and ending at index 2, as I told you, our first pointer, which is I, should be at the first index. It is in the first index 0. Now, if we have to now consider this particular array, because we know that target is in the left side. So where will be our end pointer? Our last pointer should be at which index? Just tell me. If
Hi,
we have to
Abhinav.
consider this particular array.
Abhinav, sorry to disturb. So can you do one small thing? Just instead of taking I and J, just take it as
LNR.
left and right.
Sure. Sorry for that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, let's take LNR. Na? So let's take it left and right. It will be very easy. Exactly, guys. So now you can see that now we are considering this left array, the left part of the mid. So our left pointer, which is the left pointer, will be at 0th only, but the right pointer will not be at the mid -1 position. This is basically the mid -1 position. And it will be raised from here. Is this thing clear to everyone? Just write a +1 in the chat if this is clear to everyone. How we have compared the target element with the mid element, how we have changed the value of our right pointer. Is this clear to everyone? Just write a +1 and we will move forward.
Okay, so while we are waiting for the reply of each of us, so let us quickly summarize what Abhinav is trying to explain. So basically, binary search is used to search an element in a sorted array. Okay, so whenever we see an element, like suppose the elements are in the sorted form, okay, like 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and we are trying to find the element as 2. So suppose the mid is pointing. So suppose mid is a person who would stand in between the left and right. Okay. And suppose the mid is pointing to 5. And we know that 5 is greater than 2. So if we go at the right hand side, then we would get elements more than 5, which is not useful to us. So to get an element less than 5, we need to go on the left hand side. This is what we need to do. So what we need to do is, as the mid is already checked, okay, as the mid is already checked, and we know at this side, the right hand side, is not possible for us. It won't have the answer. So what we are doing is, we are making the high come here before the mid. That is what we are doing, and L remains the same. And if at any point, okay, and we would be seeing that if at any point we are getting an element less, then what we need to do, Alvina would explain. Now, this is the conflict that we need to understand. Now suppose there is one more thing to add up here. So when to prioritize which one should be done. So whenever you are given an array which is unsorted, okay, so and you need to search an element only once, okay, so if you search that element using linear search, the time complexity would be big O of n for one searching. And if you need to do multiple searching or searching for a query, then what you need to do is, you need to first sort the array and then search it. Why? Because sorting the array is n log n, and for replying the each query, it would be, to be specific, log base to n. दिस इज व्हाट यू सो ना एक बार हिंदी में समराइज करते सब कुछ. मतलब अगर एलिमेंट अनसॉर्टेड है और एक ही बार सर्च करना, ओके, सो लीनियर सर्च यूज कर लो, बिग ओ ऑफ एन में कंप्लीट हो जाएगा. अगर बहुत सारा क्वेरीज को प्रोसेस करना, बहुत बार एलिमेंट सर्च करना, तो पहले उसको एक बार सॉर्ट कर लो, उसके बाद हर बार सर्च करो, ताकि हर बार का कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी, हर बार सर्चिंग का कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी लॉग बेस टू एन आए, इंस्टेड ऑफ हैविंग लॉग big O of n each time. Okay. Yeah, Abhinav, can we move forward?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for this, Siddharth.
Okay.
I hope
Yeah,
that
you're most
now
welcome.
you, yeah, now you all have got the basic idea how we are checking that if the element is less than mid, we have to consider the left part of the array, and then how we are changing the right pointer. Similarly, there will be another case too. The another case will be that if the pointer which we are the number which we are considering is, let's say, greater than the mid. So now let's consider a number instead of this 2. Let's now consider a number 7. So for this 7, now this 7 is greater than mid. So I hope that you all know that now it should be at the right side. And for considering the right side, which pointer needs to be changed? For considering this right side, just tell me in the chat which pointer needs to be changed. Which pointer, L, left pointer or the right pointer? And also tell me the updated values of it.
See, basically, first of all, try to understand this point. Like Abhinav, which element you are searching for? 7, correct?
Yeah.
As of now, Abhinav is searching for an element 7. Suppose his mid is pointing at 5. So, since this is a sorted array, so if mid is pointing at 5 and the element at the mid value is lesser than 5, this means that all the elements towards the left of mid will also be lesser than the target element, right? So that is why he's saying that he will change his search space from the right of mid. He will make left is equal to mid plus 1, right? Because he wants to neglect the left half. Why is neglecting the left half? He's basically neglecting the left half because if the mid element, if in this sorted array, if the element at the mid position is 5, if it is lesser than the target value, that means there is no point in searching towards the left side. There is no point in searching towards the left of mid, because if you will search in the left of mid, if mid value is lesser than the target, then all the elements towards the left of mid will be also lesser, right? That is why you need to search in the right side. So that is why you need to shift your search space towards the right of mid. So right, our pointer is already standing there. So he's updating left to mid plus 1 because now he's trying to search in the right side of mid. So the search space basically reduces by half in this particular turn. And every time the search space will be reducing by half. Is this clear? Plus 1 in the chat if you have understood this thing, why the pointer is moving. Because if the mid cannot be, if the mid is lesser, then all the elements towards the left of mid is also lesser. So we can neglect the first half of the array completely. We can move to the second half only. We can focus on the searching in the right half only. Is this clear? You can give us a plus 1 in the chat if you are clear with this thing. Why the pointer is moving? Plus 1 in the chat quickly, guys. And also, if you will like the video as much as possible, then Abhinav will do shairi because he has prepared 2 or 3 shairis today as well. Okay, so you want Abhinav to do shairi as well instead of buying search as well, right? Yes or no? Okay, Abhinav, you can move forward while the audience will also be required, answering my query.
Okay, fine, guys. So now I think that we can move towards the implementation part for this particular approach, which is the okay. So before moving to the implementation part, let me also tell you about a very amazing fact. Maybe many of you don't know about that. Okay, I have told you that when we have a 1 lakh number of elements or a data containing 1 lakh queries, oh sorry, 1 lakh entries, 1 lakh elements, so we have to perform 1 lakh operations if we are implementing the linear search approach. Okay, that is what you all have understood, because the time complexity for this approach was O to the power n. Now if we discuss about the time
Abhinav,
complexity for
it was not O to the power n, it was order of n. Actually, you may mistakenly said it. It's order
yeah,
of n, not
it
O to
is
the power
order of n. Sorry for that, and sorry for that. And for if for the linear search, it will be O of log base 2n. This is the time complexity for binary search. If there are n elements in the array, so the time complexity for these n elements for this binary search approach will be order of log base 2n.
Abhinav,
Abhinav, can you
can
derive
you
this
help?
complexity for us?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
it would be more beneficial.
Yeah. So what we will do, guys, there is a basic idea behind this particular approach, why we are taking this as a complexity. So, guys, just understand one thing. In each operation, what we are doing, let's say that in the start of the binary search, we are having n elements. Okay, we are having n elements. After one operation, after one, basically when we are comparing, after one comparison, we are neglecting the half part of the array and we are just taking the remaining half part of the given array. Means, let's say in this case also, because the 7 was greater than 5, so now we have neglected the left part and we will be focusing on the right part. So in each operation, we are making the length of the array by half. We are making the length of the array half. So let's say that in the first operation, length is n. In the second operation, we will compare for a length of n by 2. This will be done. Is this thing clear or not? Just write a plus 1. In the first operation, we are having n elements. When we have made one comparison, we have checked that whether our element is greater than mid or less than mid. We are just considering the half part of the array, either the left part or the right part. This is what we are doing. We are not going to consider the complete array. That is what we have discussed. Is this thing clear to everyone? Okay.
Basically, I like to summarize this thing that see, initially he had n elements, right? But after the after calculating the mid and after analyzing the mid, if he finds the element at the mid, then that's perfect for him. But he's saying that if at the mid, if at the particular midpoint, uh, look at the sample test case, like initially what we discussed, right? As we discussed that why we'll be neglecting the left half in this case, you can observe that when his mid was standing at a particular point, and if the elements were, if the target element was lesser than or greater than, then he was neglecting half of the array, right? He was neglecting half of the array. So that is why now the search space reduces to n by 2. Quickly write a clear in the chart if you are clear with this thing, guys. If his mid was standing somewhere, if suppose his target was greater, right? If his target was 7 and his mid was standing at 5, so he will neglect the left half. So that is why half of the elements are directly neglected. You are not going to check them, only you will focus on the right half. So that is n by 2, half of the size, right? So quickly write a clear in the chat if you are clear with this thing, right? Why is it n by 2? Is it clear to everyone? Please tell us. Quickly write a clear in the chat, then we can proceed further, guys. Why is it n by
Abhinav,
2?
till then, you can just check your private chat. Your screen has been removed. Okay, so till then we would simply cater the doubts that has been asked. Okay, so Rahul Parekh has asked that I have 5.5 years of experience in iOS development. So if you have 5.5 years of iOS development, this means that you already have code projects. This means that you already have the programming logic, and this means that you already are familiar with the computer fundamentals. It might be a scenario that you are not good with one or two subjects. So yes, you can. The maximum time you would require is around 6 months, I think. So, Yash, your Abhinav, you would like to answer this?
If data is being appended, then you have you have advanced data structures for it, for these queries, in which in every query you'll be updating the data set, or something like that. Then you have segment tree, fenwick tree, and other data structures for it. I think Siddharth can tell us better about it.
Yeah, the most simple one is a priority queue, an ordered set.
We can also take a particular algorithm, just like there is a problem, also a very famous problem, how we can insert in a sorted array, and so that the array becomes sorted. So this is what we can do.
uh, but basically there are advanced data structures for in which you will be updating the queries, like every time you will be updating the data set. For that you have advanced data structures.
Okay, how can we say exactly n by 2? Because initially it was 7. So we are only considering the integer value. So what do we mean by integer value? See, 7 divided by 2 is 3.5, but we would be only considering 3, the integer part of it. Okay, and it is also known as the floor value. Okay, so okay, binary search like please help. Okay, we would be catering this when Yash would be doing it. How much time in case of for freshers? How much time in case of people who are not acquainted with the knowledge of any programming logic, I think you would take around a year to get a good hold over, very good hold over data structures and algorithms. And most importantly, the thing is everyone has their own pace. Okay, it also depends on the interest you have, it also depends upon the time you invest, it also depends upon the zeal for which you want. Okay, so let us move
Also,
forward. We
one
will
more thing.
get,
Siddharth.
yeah.
Durvesh was with us in the previous streams as well. We have been observing him, right? He was there in the
Well,
previous streams as well.
I see many same faces again. To be honest, like many faces are the similar faces that we have already seen.
Yeah,
Okay,
we had Shweta as well and other people as well. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, fair enough. We are starting the doubts again, and we would cater it after the end of this. So let us move forward. Yes, are you good to go?
Abhinav, no?
Just,
Abhinav is
yeah.
coming.
Sorry, Abhinav, are you good to go? Can we move forward?
Yeah, sure, we can.
Okay, thanks a lot.
You can just add my screen, I hope.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did. You can start.
Okay, guys. So this is what we were discussing, and as I told you, we are taking the floor value of it, and just the integer division we are doing. Okay. Similarly, in the third step, it will be n by 4. Okay. So Siddharth, is it clear? Means how we are just making n by 2 and n by 4
Yes, it's
in the
clear.
next
You can
operation,
start implementing
and
it.
till yeah, till then we will
Okay,
have
so see, audience, tell us how n by 2. See, if you're not clear, write not clear. But if you're clear, then write clear. Why from n by 2, the searching space reduces to n by 4? Quickly write. If not clear, then write no in the chat. We will explain that. You can write not clear if you're not clear, because this is pretty
Okay,
important.
okay, so I would be just telling this in Hindi because English explanation has been done multiple number of times. So देखो ध्यान से देखो, जो अरे एलिमेंट्स है वो पहले से सॉर्टेड है, जो मिडिल है वो बीच में जाता है, ठीक है। अब मिडिल बताता है कि हमारा सर्च स्पेस यहाँ होगा या यहाँ होगा, ठीक है। समझो हमारा सर्च स्पेस यहाँ है, तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं ना, इस वाले सर्च स्पेस वो हट जाता है, बाकी इटरेशंस में वो वाला सर्च स्पेस हट जाता है। फिर यहाँ आते हैं, यहाँ पे फिर वो मिडिल आएगा, मिडिल बताएगा कि यहाँ जाना या यहाँ जाना, अगर यहाँ जाना तो यहाँ वाला पूरा इग्नोर हो जाएगा, और वो वैसे ही बार बार हम लोग आधा 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 होते जाएंगे। दिस इज वाई the time complexity is log base 2n because we are dividing it by 2 multiple number of times. You can just use the concept of bit representation and you would be good to go. Yes, I think we don't need. So, am I clear with the explanation? Just give me a quick one. And Abhinav, we don't need to drag this. We can move to the implementation, I think.
yeah, just one thing I have to discuss. We will just a minute.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So yeah, as I told you that the time complexity of linear cells was order of n, and for it is order of log n, log base 2n. So as I told you that if there are 10 to the power 5 elements in a particular array, linear cells is taking 10 to the power 5 operations. These are the operations which linear search is taking. Now, guys, what number of operations binary search will take? Just tell me. Okay, yes, can you tell me that, if there are 10 to the power 5 elements, these are the number of elements in a particular array, and linear search, as we know that it takes in the worst case, it takes the same number of operations, order of n basically.
Right. So if you are
But
saying that n
how
is
much?
equal to 10 to the power 5, if you
Yeah,
are saying that n is equal to 10 to the power 5, in that case, binary search is going to take log of 10 to the power 5 operations, where the base will be 2
log
for the
of,
log.
exactly. So it will be log of 10 to the power 5. And
To the base
just
2
guys,
as well.
don't be confused. Don't be confused. The base is 2. Base is not 10. So someone has commented 5. 5 will not be the answer because the base is 2. If you will
Yeah.
solve it, it will give something value, something 16 point, a round of let's say 17. So means at most we will be doing 17 operations. You can see the difference, guys. When we are using linear search approach, you have to do 1 lakh operations. But when we are doing binary search approach, we are doing just 17 operations. So it's not like that binary search is somehow a little bit efficient. It is very efficient approach. It is a very efficient approach. Okay. So this is how the binary search algorithm is very important while searching, and you can see the result, the comparison between the linear search and the binary search algorithm for a same amount of data. Okay. Now, guys, let's move towards the implementation part, and I just
Abhinav, do one thing. Abhinav, just do one thing. Some people might not be clear with the base part. I think Hanuka Matata is writing. So just scroll down in your on your writing part. Just go to some empty space, and then I will tell you. Uh, yeah. Now write this thing. See, write n by 2 to the power k. N divided by 2 to the power k. Right. N divided by 2 to the power k. Not no 2 to the power k. Not whole. N divided by, remove that. Yeah, correct. See, at one point of time you will be dividing, first of all you'll be dividing n by 1 only, right? N by 1, then n by 2, then n by 4, right? So the powers of 2 will be increasing continuously. So let's say the last power of 2 is k. So write this equal to 1. Write this equal to 1. N by 2k is equal to 1. Okay, right. Now do one thing, cross multiply, bring 2 to the power k on the right side, and is equal to 2 to the power k. Yeah. Now take log 2 on log base 2 on both the sides. Don't do this. Don't do this directly. Log base 2 n, right? So taking log base 2 on both the sides. Okay. Yeah. Now this thing. Okay, great. Now see, what will happen with the right side expression? So see, Abhinav, can you multiply k in the right side expression? You can multiply. You can write it as k into log 2 2. Yeah. Now you correct. So this expression is 1. You can go up and write that log a to the base a is a only, right? Log a to the base a is 1. Okay, that is how the base comes as 2, sorry. Okay, that is why the base is not 10. Is it clear? Audience can write a clear in the chat if you were not clear with this thing. Is everyone clear with this now? Just a quick +1 in the chat as an acknowledgement, and then we'll move forward to the implementation part of it as well. Just a quick clear in the chat. Okay, Abhinav, you can move forward. Audience will be writing clear in the chat as well. Yeah, all of you can write a clear in the chat if you're clear. Definitely a quick clear in the chat, and then we are moving forward with the further questions as well. Okay, a +1, +2, whatever you want to write. Just a quick clear if you're clear with it. Abhinav, you can move forward.
sure, sure. So now, guys, let's take the problem, and we will just implement this binary search algorithm now. You can see that the problem name is itself binary search, and we are just going to implement the very basic algorithm. Okay. Now you can see that here we will be given with a sorted array, which is ARR. We will have an integer n and a value k, which we have to search. Which we have to search. What we will do here, we have to just implement the binary search approach. So I just want Siddhartha just to please help me with this, to implement this binary search algorithm, this particular approach which we have discussed. First of all, guys, what we will do, and I just also want you guys to be interactive and reply whatever you feel that what should be implemented in the next line. You can just tell it in the chat box. Okay. So I think that we can first take the left and right pointers. Okay, and as I told that initially the value of, so what will the value of left and right initially? Yes, what will be the initial values of left and right?
So as of now, so we know that there is a search space. So the initial search space is the L would be at the first element and R would be at the last element, which is n minus 1.
So this is how we are making that L is at a zero index
This is the
and
initial
R
search
is
space,
at.
which is the biggest one.
Now there will be a case, guys, that the left pointer, obviously the left pointer should always be at the left of the right pointer. It may become equal also, but it should be at the left only. Until then, we have to search for the value. So as we know that if it should be in the left side, means the index of left pointer should be less than the index of the right pointer. So we will take that condition that the index, the value of left is less than equal to r. Means that this this left pointer is always at the left part. It should not be at the right of the right pointer. Okay. So let me
Basically, they
just
should not
explain
cross each other.
हिंदी also that जो लेफ्ट पॉइंटर है हमारा व्हाट वी वांट कि वो हमेशा हमारी एरे के लेफ्ट साइड से आइटरेट करेगा और राइट पॉइंटर हमारी एरे के राइट साइड से आइटरेट करेगा. एक टाइम आएगा जब मे बी एक ऐसा केस होगा जब वो दोनों एक जगह पे आके मीट कर जाएंगे. टिल देन हमें कंपेयर करना है एंड टिल देन इन ऑब्वियस केस कि हमें वैल्यू मिल जाएगी. अगर वो दोनों पॉइंटर्स एक दूसरे को क्रॉस कर जाते हैं दैट मीन्स कि वो वैल्यू प्रेजेंट नहीं है बिकॉज जो बाकी के एरे उसमें हम लोग पहले से ही सर्चिंग कर चुके हैं एंड वहां पर हमें वो नहीं मिले. सो बेसिकली टिल our value of L is less than equal to R, till then we have to perform this particular approach. Now, as I told you that we have to find the mid of this left and right. So we will take a mid pointer that will be basically equal to the integer division of this L plus R. So we will just divide L plus R by 2 and this is how we can find the mid. You can see in this case, the value initially the value of L was 0, the value of R was 6 and that is why the value of mid was considered to be 3. This is how it has been done. Okay, fine. Now what we will do here that we will make one comparison, basically the comparison of the mid value with the target element. This is the comparison which we are going to make. Okay, so our mid value is basically ARR of mid because mid is the index, by the way. Now we will first compare that if our mid element where we are currently pointing is equal to the target element. Is this clear? Yes. But first of all, we will compare the mid element with the target. कि अगर हमारा जो mid है वही target equal, so we can just return it index.
Yeah. So what
Absolutely,
you can
it's
do
clear.
is,
You can move
Abhinav,
forward.
yeah, what you can do, Abhinav, is just have all the three if statement like is equal to, less than, and greater than, and then you can write like you can give out the template that this template would be used for the rest of the explanation.
Sure.
Yeah, then we'll be able to
Okay.
better summarize it.
Yeah. So what Abhinav is trying to do is there would be three conditions. Either it is equal to the element, either it would be greater, either it would be small. So these are all the three conditions that Abhinav has already written down. And now he would be filling out all the three conditions. Hope you understand. Okay, fair enough. Yes, you can move forward, Abhinav.
Exactly. So if we have got the particular number at mid index, we will just return the mid value. Okay, that yeah, this particular number is present at mid index of the given array. If the given number is less than the mid, so what we will do? What we will do? Just tell me. अगर हमारा mid हमारे given number से बड़ा है, if our mid is greater than the given number, or we can say if the given number is less than mid number, then which part of array we are going to consider, left part or right part? So we will write it here only that agar hamara mid, if our mid is greater than k, or basically our k is greater than mid, exactly, we will consider the left part of the array. We will consider the left part of the array. Left part means we have to update our our right pointer to mid minus 1. That is what we have discussed already. But if our value of k is greater than mid, that means it will be present at the right side. So we will consider the right side. Let me just zoom it out. Okay, the right side, and that means that we have to update the value of our left pointer, which will be mid plus 1. Okay, so this is basically what we are going to do, what we have discussed. And that can be a case, maybe the case is that the given value is not present in the particular array. In that case, you can see it has given that we have to return minus 1. So in that case, we will just return minus 1. Now, what we can do, we can simply compile this code, and I hope it will give the right answer for the sample test case. You can see here it is. I hope that this particular approach is clear to everyone. Siddharth, I think that we can take the doubts now. So you can just unpin my screen
Uh,
because I
First of all,
have
Abhinav,
solved
you
that.
can submit this code now. Did you submit this code?
Sure, sure. We can submit. Means we have written the complete approach. We can submit it.
You can submit it as well.
Sure, sure, sure. Yeah, so we have submitted it successfully, and this is how we are basically implementing our approach. So okay, so let me just little bit zoom out the particular code. So this is just
Okay.
a 10 to 12 line code. I just
Okay.
want you guys to please summarize it for me.
Okay, so Abhinav, so what is being done is, okay, we are first having the search space as, suppose this is the search space. Just draw 1, 2, 3, 4. Just have 1, 2, 3, 4 in the comments, Abhinav, in the code itself. Just have 1, 2, 3, 4
Yeah.
at any point of time. At line number 18 or at 15, yeah, just 1, 2, 3,
You
4.
can go to line
Okay,
number 8.
so
Yeah.
first, yeah, so first what we would be having is n value is equals to 4. So what we would be doing is, as array is a zero based indexing, so we would have L is equals to 0 and R is equals to n minus 1, which is equals to 3. Okay, R is equal be equal to 3. So now, we would be going to the mid part, and while it is less we would be having, so if it is equal मतलब अगर element मिल गया तो क्या करना, return कर दो ना भाई. We are returning that. अगर element बड़ा है, that means if we go on the right hand side, then we would be getting elements more than that, but we want element less than that. उसे छोटा ना चाहिए. इस साइड तो बड़ा है तो मुझे छोटा चाहिए, तो मैं क्या करूंगा, मैं लेफ्ट साइड चला जाऊंगा. ओके, दैट इज वाई लेफ्ट साइड जाने के लिए क्या करूंगा, लेफ्ट तो पहले से यहाँ उस राइट को उठा के मिड के पहले रख दिया. ओके, अब एलिमेंट अगर छोटा है वो लास्ट वाले इफ कंडीशन में, तो क्या करूंगा ना, राइट तो लेफ्ट तो वहां पहले से. ओके, सो वो राइट को उठा के यहाँ पर रख दिया. ओके, ताकि यहाँ आ जाए. बस इतना ही है. नाउ अभिनव, कैन यू प्लीज रिमूव द इनसाइड पार्ट ऑफ ऑल द इफ कंडीशन, just a logic,
Sure,
like
sure,
equal to, less than and greater than is okay, but just remove the return mid, R is equals to mid plus 1 minus 1, this all things, just remove it. Fair enough? Yeah. So please take a screenshot of this and please remember it for the rest of the stream. And this implementation has been tried by all three of us for the last few years, and we rely heavily on them. This implementation won't give you a TLE verdict or it is difficult to understand. And everyone, be it advanced binary search, be it lower bound, upper bound, be it the simple binary search, we would be following this skeleton. So this skeleton won't be written again. We would be just changing the logic inside the if statement, else if statement, and the else to broaden the number of problems that we can cover. So please keep a screenshot of this, write in a pen and paper, and we would be using the same implementation even in advanced binary search. Okay, just few lines
All
will
of you
be
can
of
give us a quick
solving.
plus one in the chat. If you have taken the screenshot, you can give us a plus one so that we can move forward. Just a quick plus
Okay.
one if you have taken the photo or the screenshot of it.
Yeah, please quickly take a screenshot and we would just move forward. Okay. So Abhinav, you have 20 seconds, 20 minutes remaining. I think you can move forward with one more question.
sure, sure. We can. I can take one more
Okay,
problem.
so just let me see. If anyone is not understanding, please let us know the issue or the line number that you wish to understand. Because if you don't understand the skeleton or this part of the explanation, then the rest part of the explanation would go in vain. Okay. Okay. These all questions which are not of related to the topic, we would cater them after the explanation of Abhinav, and or the after the explanation of a particular question. So please wait. We are just starting off, like we have started off already. MD Samir, Mitul, and then Shri Sashidharan, all those people. Okay. So let us move forward. I think Abhinav, let us take one more question.
Sure, sure.
Also, guys, going forward, the level is now going to increase. The bar is now going to increase because now Abhinav will take the second question, and then going forward, when Siddharth will discuss, and then I'll discuss. So the bar of the questions will increase, and the template would remain almost the same.
Yeah, and the tempo would also increase. Like we have invested so much
Yeah.
time in time complexity, these all things. So we are just building up the basic. We are getting the basics right as well as concrete, and next we would move forward. Now there exist many implementation. To be honest, some have returned the low value. Some have L is less than equal to R. Some have L is less than R. But to remove all the differences in the implementation, this implementation would be catered, and the difference between L less than R and all other things is completely fine because that is a different implementation, and this 4 hour implementation would be this. I hope you move forward. If you
Uh,
already have an implementation of your own,
and you can use
take
this
home
for all
your logic.
problems.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
like
Palak is saying that
you
she's
can take
late.
home. Yeah, yeah, you can. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so you can take home the logic if you already have an implementation. If you don't have an implementation, take home the implementation as well as the logic. Okay, चलो आज बढ़ते हैं. चलो अभिनव, we can move forward.
Sure. Sure. So just answer my
Don't.
string. Just give me some time to for the next problem opening it.
Okay,
Just for
Abhinav
1 minute.
needs some time to text his girlfriend.
Yeah, actually, that is the reason. Understand that. Okay. Plus one for this,
Yeah.
guys. If you are able to relate this, you can understand.
No,
Like
they won't be able to
it's
relate.
almost.
They don't need to unshare screen. They can switch their tabs and they can reply.
Yeah, it's almost 8 p.m. now, so they both do dinner through a video call. You can understand that. So that is why. Actually, you can understand. Like you can just write understood in the chat, guys. That is what we. You do this in problems. You will not do it here. Right, understood if you have understood it, right? We will be moving forward, Raju Kumar. Don't worry. Raj Kumar, don't worry. Yeah, everyone can relate to this part as well.
Okay. By the way, it seems that more than Abhinav, Yash is experienced in all this. ना यश
Abhinav,
कटा लगता है भाई साहब.
बहुत बार.
बहुत बार. चलो. Okay, यश, Abhinav, can we move forward?
Yeah, sure, sure. We can. Yeah, just
चलो.
start me.
चलो, मैसेज वगैरह हो गया. बाद में डिनर होगा आज. चलो, let's move forward.
बाबू ने खाना खा लिया.
So this is not fair. So yeah. So guys, we are now having our next problem, which is also a very important problem. If you will just see the company tag for this problem, I don't think that any company is left in which this problem is not asked. Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Flipkart, Paytm, in lots of companies, this particular problem has been asked, and uh, this is a very important problem. So let me just first explain you this particular problem. I have told you one thing. The thing was that binary search can be implemented in a sorted array. But there was a one more word which I have told. Anyone remember? Siddhartha, yes?
Yes.
My research can be done in a sorted array. No,
Order
what are
also.
you
In
asking?
order also. It is in a particular order. If the array elements are in a
Yeah.
particular order. So here you can see that the elements are not completely sorted. The there was a sorted array, and then the array was rotated with some particular indices. So let's take this particular thing. Let's take that the array which is given to us was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are simple consecutive numbers given to us. And let's say that we have to we have to rotate this array with, let's say, something here is written k times. Okay, that the array is rotated k times. K is also given to us, and basically the rotated array is given to us. Okay, that is not given to us. So let's say that if we rotate this particular array 3 times, okay, in the left, so what will be done? These 3 elements now will be shifted to the left. Basically all these elements will be shifted in the left. So the resultant array will be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3. This will be the output array. This is what this problem is saying us. It is giving us the sorted rotated array. A array which is first sorted and then is rotated with some particular index. This is what it is giving us. It is the problem. And in that particular sorted rotated array, we have to perform the given operation, which is the searching operation. We have to search for a particular node. Guys, you can see one thing here, that here the problem is given to you in such a way that we have to apply the recursive approach for this particular problem. You can see the starting index is L, the ending index is given to us. So basically we are given with the array. Is this code template clear to you, yes or no? Is it clear to the viewers? We are given with the array, the starting and ending index and the value key. So basically what we take in our approach, in the last approach what we have taken, I have just, yeah, we have taken a starting index left and the right pointer, but here it is already given to us. Okay, is it clear to you? Yes, means how we are doing this thing.
Uh,
And if
yes,
viewers have
yes.
any doubt, you can just make them clear also.
Abhinav, I think you can start writing the template, then things will be much more clear to us in
Sure,
terms of code.
sure, sure. So guys, what we will do here is that we will have the normal template. We have the starting index and the end index. So first of all, we will have the mid, and mid will be basically as we have discussed. Okay, and then what we will do here, we will copy our all the three conditions. So this is the normal syntax which we were having. So, and here it is. We have copied basically all our three conditions that we were having. Okay. Let me just zoom out this thing. Fine. Now you can see one thing here. Okay, that what we have to compare here, we don't have the complete sorted array. We have the sorted rotated array. So let's say that we have to search for element 2. Okay, and we are currently at this particular index. So yes, according to our particular given approach, okay, let's say that our current immediate pointer is at 7, and our target element or our key element is 2. According to our approach, which is written here, this 2 should be present in the left side of this mid. Is it clear or not?
Correct,
Yes.
correct,
It should be present
correct.
at the left side. But if you will just focus on this particular array, it is present in the right side. How it is possible?
Abhinav, yeah, I think you can write this thing on the compiler as well, okay? So that things will be much more faster for us because all of us are able to understand this fact as of now. I
Sure.
can see in the audience.
Sure. I think here you are wanting me to write it here in the comments.
Yeah, you can write it here only, no? Then things will be better. You can tell us that, okay, mid is standing at 7, we'll understand that as well.
Yeah, so let's say that our mid is standing at the let's say the element, I'm writing the element, the 7, or let's say, yeah, it is pointing towards the 7. Okay, and our key element is, let's say, 2. So according to this particular approach, if our mid is greater than key, so we have to focus on the left subarray. But you can see one thing here, that in the left part of the 7, we don't have 2. Means this particular binary search approach is not working fine here. So what we will do? What should we do? So
Audience can
here
comment on in the
basically,
chat as well.
yeah. So guys, here we have to implement a very different logic also. We have to basically implement another particular approach. We have to implement one more thing to basically get a thing. This is fine that if our mid will be equal to k, then it is obvious that we have to return mid. That will be same in this case also. That if we are at a particular position mid, and if that position mid is equal to the target element, then it is fine. Exactly. Samir has told us that how we can divide, but we can also do it without dividing. What we will do, guys, we will also compare the first element, which is this particular element. We will also compare the first element, guys. That is also a case. Okay. So what we will do, instead of this particular template, what we will do, let's say that we are currently at the 7, and our first element is less than this 7. That means that before all the elements which are in the left side of 7 should be in the range of 4 to 7. So we will have a different condition. The condition will be that if our ARR of L is less than equal to ARR of mid, this will be a one condition. This will be a one condition. And in the else
Uh,
part, we will have
Abhinav,
another one.
I Abhinav, I think you can be a little bit more fast. We are able to understand all these things as of now.
Okay. So now, guys, this is also a case that if L is less than mid, then also it is fine. We can now the second condition is that a key. Now we'll compare the key. So obviously that if the given key is greater than L also, and it is less than the mid. If it is greater than the first element and it is less than the mid element. Okay, sorry for this, guys. Yeah. And it is less than the mid element. In that case, what we will do, as I told you, in this case also you can see the key is 2. So this will not be happen. This is the recursive approach. So we will return the value, we will again recursively call this particular function, this time for A. Sorry, here I think we are having here. Let's change it with ARR. That is more preferred to take. Okay. So it is ARR. Now the value of our L, it will be same, and the value of our H will be now mid minus 1. It will be now mid minus 1, and the key will be as it is. And else what we will do? We will basically call for the research function, but for the ARR mid plus 1, comma H, comma key. This is what we will do. But if this is not a case, there can be a case, let's say that if our mid is 2, let's say our mid is there. In that case, this will not be the case. The first element will be greater. In that case, this same operation will be reversed. The exact same, we will just copy this, but the operations will be reversed. Here in this place, we will have mid plus 1. Sorry, it means these two recursive calls will be basically changed. So this recursive call, we will have it here, and this call will be crossed, and we will have it here. This is how we will just change the same implementation, and that's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. Okay. So this is the particular approach which we are basically having. Here there is a quite change that here, because we have to compare for the H, we don't have to just means if it is greater than mid and is less than the last element. So this is what we are doing. Okay. So I hope that this thing is now clear to you all, and now we can just I think that we can just compile this code. Okay, we have the key. I think I have taken K somewhere. It is the key. We will have the complete overall discussion at the last if you are not getting, because this is a quite complex problem if we talk in the terms of the logic. So yeah, you can see that we have got a right answer for this particular approach. I think that now we can also submit this particular problem. Okay, so we have got some segment fault error. Okay, so yeah, so we have something missed. We have missed something which is very important. We have missed the base case. So in all the recursive functions, we have a base case, and as you can see that in this case, the base case was L should always be less than R. Similarly, here we have a
Yeah.
base case that if RL will become greater than H, in that case we have to just return -1. That particular is not present. Okay, so that is what is missed. And here you can see that we have got the right solution in the summation. And this is how we can solve this particular problem. I think that yes, you can sum up it with your explanation. I also please explain
Uh,
in Hindi. Yeah.
yes, basically what he's trying to do is basically he is standing, let's say he's standing at a particular L, like basically he's saying that if the mid is equal to the key, basically first thing is that Abhinav has written the template as per recursive code. So this is one thing that he has done different compared to the template that we were talking about. He has actually written the code in terms of recursion. Okay, so don't get afraid, guys. He has actually he was having the function and he has written it in terms of recursion. So he's calling the same function again. And we were talking about the iterative mindset. So that is one issue that currently you might be having. So don't worry on that. Still, we'll explain it properly. What do you think, Siddharth?
Yeah, absolutely. This is just to show that through recursion we can also do binary search. It is same like we are passing the while statement again with a new search space. Here what we are doing, we are just changing the parameters and passing it to the new function. It is the just difference is just this.
Yeah.
Yeah, without recursion you can do it with a flow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
we
it
can do it
is
without
quite
recursion.
complex without
Yeah,
recursion
absolutely. We can do
because
it with a
the function wants you to solve it using recursion. You can see in the function also only it is given lnx. Sometimes you have to
Uh,
also observe how the problem is given to you. They want you to solve it using the recursive approach.
yeah, I think
okay.
Abhinav, you forgot to mention this thing in the starting.
Yeah, I have discussed about a template. I think maybe
Uh, no, you forgot to discuss that L and H are given, so you need to solve it recursively or something, right?
I
But
have
it
told
was,
this
yeah,
maybe.
Okay. Fair
no
enough. I
issues.
think we
I
can
think
move
Siddharth, you can
forward
take the lead
with.
from here.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I would be removing the screen of Abhinav. Now, for the next 2.5 minutes, we would be catering the doubts that we have started off and it is being asked now. And after 2.5 minutes, I would be explaining. Okay, fair enough. So, how much DSA is required to crack product-based company? So, how much DSA required is not fixed. Like some companies do have a benchmark that we would ask only till this point, but product-based companies some prioritize on having this, some prioritize on having that. But I think, according to me, like DP on bit DP on digits, like these all complex things need not to be done to even crack Google. Okay, so is getting hired off campus as an Amazon SDE tough? To be honest, it is tough because you would be competing against all the candidates from all over the parts of India. But if it is an on campus, they have come with a mindset that I need to hire. And you need to battle with the students on your batch only. So just compare the number of candidates on all of India and on your batch. Okay. So I was trying to okay. Abhinav, you would like to answer this?
Yeah, I'm trying to learn DSA from last 2 months, but every time it's like to solve a problem. What should I do or should I learn? Okay. So this type of thing happens that sometimes you are trying to solve a particular problem, but you stuck with a particular logic. It's fine. The thing is that you have to give your best. If you are giving your best, if you are attempting that problem in a full way, in that case in that case then also if you are not able to solve the problem, it's okay. You can refer the solution, you can refer the tutorial. But the thing is, first of all, you have to give your best. It's not like just you have opened the problem, it seems to be tough, so by solution dekh lete hain. That should not be the case. It's to that first give your best. If you are giving your best, sometimes problems are really tough. You are not getting the logic. Sometimes I even solve, maybe in some easy problems also I am not getting logic sometimes. And then I just sort that it बहुत easy था यार. It happens. But thing is, first give your best. Okay.
Okay, so I'm a fresher. I'm good at competitive programming languages, but I haven't learned Java because of pandemic. How can I get into SDE? So Java to get into SDE, Java might be a plus point, but it is not an essential thing that you would require to get on campus. Okay, fair enough. I have a course slightly, which is slightly not uh, but top one is if we are asked to sort an array in a man company, which sorting algorithm should I ideally go? First, you should use the library function. Okay. And then if asked, you can move forward with the you sorting. Okay. Now, which type of sorting? It entirely depends on the element. Like if the element has some range and it is respecting some range, then you should move forward with counting sort. If the number of elements are relatively very less, then you should go with selection sort or some other sorting. Okay, if the numbers are large, then most of the time you would need to go with quick sort or other. But if it is being asked in a man company, that means that they have some intention behind it, and it is not the regular sorting algorithm like quick sort or merge sort. Please keep this in mind. Okay, fair enough. I think just one or two more doubts. Okay, so I the backbencher one. Yeah. So yes, this problem I was just recording in the
This
afternoon, and I have already explained it to be honest, and you would be seeing my explanation only. Okay, graph and DP would be your answer. Okay. Um, okay, this is already
you can
answered.
message Siddharth on LinkedIn. You can message Siddharth on LinkedIn. He will help you
Yeah, you can text me. Okay.
out.
Okay, I'm in first year, just started coding. Can you give me a roadmap? You are in your first year, so enjoy your first year. That would be my roadmap. Like, waste your first year so that you would get that regret and you would work hard from the second year. Otherwise, you would have the regret that I'm missing out everything. I'm not able to roam. I'm not able to have a relationship and these all things. So, in the first year, explore. Okay, so we are getting a lot of questions.
Can we solve that problem without using recursion? Yes, definitely you can solve it without using recursion as well if you are asked, right? And I disagree to Abhinav that it will be tough. It is actually not tough, right? I have implemented some questions on rotated sorted array. It's not tough, but as of now, it's already been a lot of time, so we do not want to invest in the basics of binary search. Now Siddharth will be catering the intermediate level, and then we'll be moving forward to the advanced, because I think the like you can give us a +1 if you agree to this, that most of you are waiting for the advanced part, like how to do bind search and answer, upper bound and lower bound, stuff like that. You can write a yes in the chat, correct? Just a +1
Okay,
in the chat for this
so
acknowledgement.
okay, so I get this doubt many times, and I hope Yash and Abhinav also gets this doubt. Like, what is the roadmap? How can I start preparing? Okay, each other day we get a DM on LinkedIn that this is what is the roadmap. So the thing is, there are numerous number of roadmap, and if you ask us, we would tell our roadmap. So to be honest, you need to follow a roadmap which is in video format, and it is followed and trusted by many people. Then you should move forward and you should start inculcating that, rather than just trying to follow 100 other roadmap. You would go to every other mentor and you would ask him that, can you give me a roadmap, can you give me that roadmap? And at the end of your 6 months, you would encounter that I have numerous number of roadmaps, but haven't followed either of them. Okay. Can you give your LinkedIn IDs? Okay. Quickly provide your LinkedIn IDs. Everyone.
Okay, guys. So there are some 100+ viewers now for this live. I just want 100 more followers of mine. I'm just setting it, and I just want
Okay.
my followers to be 100 more.
अरे नहीं, मैं अभिनव जैसा बड़ा आदमी नहीं हूँ. मेरे को कनेक्शन रिक्वेस्ट भेज देना, मैं एक्सेप्ट ही कर लूंगा. मेरे को फॉलो वॉलो मत
हाँ,
करो
वो
भाई. हम
हाँ,
No,
लोग
no, no. You can
इन्फ्लुएंसर
also
हैं.
send me. You can also
आप
send me
मुझे
connection
आराम
request.
से कनेक्शन रिक्वेस्ट भेज देना. बात भी कर सकते हो. मैं अभिनव जितना बिजी भी नहीं हूँ.
मैसेज भी कर सकते हो. ऐसा नहीं कि वो सिर्फ
बस रोड मैप
स्पॉन्सरशिप
मत
वाले
पूछना.
अभिनव को स्पॉन्सरशिप वाले ज्यादा मतलब मैसेज करते हैं ना, इसलिए वो थोड़ा परेशान रहता है.
हाँ, मेरे को रोड मैप वाले ज्यादा परेशान करते हैं. हाई के बाद कैन यू गिव मी योर रोड मैप, इससे मैं बहुत परेशान रहता हूँ सही में. ओके, लेट अस मूव फॉरवर्ड. अभिनव को तो प्रपोजल्स भी अभिनव तो प्रपोजल से भी परेशान रहते हैं ना. अभिनव, आप रहते हो ना?
And that's not the case.
ओके, नॉट टॉकिंग.
I already follow Abhinav. You can understand.
Yeah, he has a lot of popularity. After all, इन्फ्लुएंसर का लाइफ ही अलग है. थोड़ा तो पेपराजी वाइब्स
You can
आएगा ही
under,
ना.
you can understand the, like, between two streams. Let's say roughly there's a gap of 10 or 12 days. Still, he's upgrading. First of all, MacBook, that to Pro version. Then after that, the background,
After
the house
even
that
even
he
sometimes
has built
after
as of now.
after this live, even
Then
sometimes
the
I feel
then
कि मैं
iPhone.
इतना बड़ा इन्फ्लुएंसर कब बना कब मैं कभी कभी
अब
जितनी
परसों
बातें
तक
होती हैं.
BMW डिलीवर होने वाला है ना.
हाँ, जस्ट आदि शोरूम गए थे, एंड
Day after tomorrow, BMW is getting delivered at his home.
yeah, before next
What
live.
is the
I
best
will.
DSA course I can follow to be good in DSA? So as of now, there is no best course or the universal best course that everyone go to. Okay, so it might be a case that for you, Yash is the best mentor. For someone, Abhinav is the best mentor. For some of you, Siddharth is the best mentor. So apart from the general qualities that a mentor required or a course required, it entirely depends on your personal preference. किसी का लॉजिक, किसी का वे ऑफ टॉकिंग, किसी का लाइफस्टाइल आपको ज़्यादा हिट करेगा, किसी का नहीं हिट करेगा। किसी के बात करने का तरीका से ही आपको अच्छा लगने लगेगा, आपको लगेगा कि मैं ज़्यादा समझ रहा हूँ। किसी का बात करने का तरीका से ये लगेगा कि मैं इसका नहीं समझ रहा हूँ। जबकि इट डजंट मीन दैट he is not a good mentor and this one is not a good mentor. It entirely depends on your personal preference, the vibe you have and the vibe he has. The vibe matters after a certain level of threshold. I think so. What's your take on this, Abhinav?
Yeah, sure. That basically depends on person to person. That what basically from where you are understanding, that's the most important thing. It doesn't depend
Yeah.
that if there's a person on YouTube who has 1 lakh subscribers, who have 10 lakh subscribers, maybe you are not getting what he or she is teaching, but maybe you are understanding someone with 5,000 subscribers. So that happens. It's on you.
या इट एंटायरली डिपेंड्स ऑन योर पर्सनल प्रेफरेंस। लाइक किसी को कुछ पसंद है, किसी को कुछ पसंद है, वाइब भी मैटर करता है। लाइक कोई अंडररेटेड टीचर भी आपको बहुत कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट करके जाएगा, कोई ओवररेटेड टीचर भी आपको नहीं कंट्रीब्यूट करके जा सकता। ओके, इट एंटायरली डिपेंड्स ऑन योर चॉइस। देयर इज नॉट अ यूनिवर्सल a mentor or a course. Okay, fair enough. So I hope you are good to go. Yes, can we start?
Just so all of you can write a set plus plus quickly in the chat. If you're excited for the problems that we'll be taking, right? We'll be explaining a lot, right? So you can write a quick set plus plus in the chat. If you think that we can move ahead with his explanation and the problems that he'll be taking, the topics, that the thought process that he'll be explaining, just a quick set plus plus in the chat, and then we'll move further with the questions as well.
Okay, so just let me see the like counter itself. थोड़ा like counter भी देखना होगा. The like counter is absolutely very less. Please increase the like counter so that the reach of this video could be increased. Okay, so I hope you are good to go.
Yeah, just a
Okay.
quick flat
Okay.
this chat
So
with a quick
Victor,
set plus.
so Victor, please DM us on LinkedIn or ask for our WhatsApp number on LinkedIn so that we can provide you the address on which you need to send your chocolates.
Exactly.
But Avinav doesn't
Okay.
need that.
Yeah, Abhinav doesn't need it. But gifts
Don't
किसको नहीं
say.
चाहिए? Gifts हर किसी को चाहिए भाई. Okay, chalo, let's start. You can add my screen when I start the experiment. Okay.
Yeah, you can carry forward. I'll add it now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so this is the very first problem that you need to read, and this is a kind of appetite building problem. Just read about it. I would wait for the next 1 minute. We would do some chit chat for 8:30. Please see this, and next we would move forward. So now this problem says that we already have a sorted array and an element is given. Okay, element is given on the query, and you need to tell the first occurrence as well as last occurrence. हिंदी में समझा जाए तो एक सॉर्टेड अरे दिया रहेगा, उसमें उस एलिमेंट का पहला ऑकरेंस मतलब पहला बार जहां वो ऑकर हुआ है और लास्ट ऑकरेंस हमें बताना है. Okay, so we have 30 seconds still left. Okay, so I think we are good to go.
Just so that you can proceed further.
Okay, fair enough. So let's talk about the very first brute force approach. So the brute force approach is relatively very easy to understand. Like let's take the sample test case. Okay, so let's take the sample test case. चलो आ गया. Okay, so we have the indexes as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So as you can see, this is a sorted array. मतलब ये पहले से sorted है. We are just marking out the indexes. Array has a 0 based indexing and we need to respect it. Like in this question, it is not told that we need to return the 1 based indexing. Rather, we need to have the 0 based indexing. Okay, it is not mentioned somewhere. Okay, fair enough. Now, as you can see, when is 5 occurring the first time? So 5 is occurring the first time at this point, and 5 is occurring the last time at this point. Okay, so that is why the answer to this is 2 and 5. So the first brute force approach that you can think of is that मैं array के सारे elements को देखूंगा start से लेके पहला element जो hit करेगा वो मेरा first occurrence होगा, जो last updated answer होगा वो मेरा last occurrence होगा. Translating the same in Hindi, English is that we would start traversing the elements of the array, and the first time we see it is the first occurrence, and the last updated answer is our last occurrence. So let us see how can we do it. So what we would do, sorry, yeah. So what we would do is we would simply have the first occurrence as -1, the last occurrence as -1. Okay. So now we would start updating it. So we would go to 1. 1 is not equal to 5. 3 is not equal to 5. 5 is equal to 5. So first we would go to first. First is not updated. That means this is the first occurrence. So we would go and update 5 with 2. And next we have again seen a 5. At this point of time, 5 is not having the value -1. This means that we have already seen the value 5. So पहले से देखा हुआ तभी तो आंसर -1 से कुछ अलग है ना. Now what we would do is we would update the value of L. So now L would be updated to 3. Next we would again go to 5 and we would say that at this point of time F is already updated. That means we have already seen 5. That means we need to update the value of L. So L would now be updated to 4. Okay. Next, we go to the last index 5 and we see F is already updated. So we go to the last index and we update the value of L as 5 itself. Now, after this point of time, we can see that this value is not equal to 5, we won't update anything. Not equal to 5, we won't update anything. Not equal to 5, we won't update anything. So let us quickly start the implementation. So am I clear with the brute force approach, Yash? Like how would we need
Yes,
to do it?
absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. The brute force is very much clear.
Okay. So what we need to do is like first time, can you please summarize this quickly, the brute force approach? Then we would start the implementation.
Yes, basically they can be several ways, as some people have also said it can be done as hashing or as Siddhartha has told. So I think the brute force is pretty much clear. If you want the leftmost occurrence, then you will be moving, like you can have a flag or something, whatever you want. Like you can use hashing as well. Like you will be moving from the left, and the first time you get that particular element, if the flag is 0, the first time you get it, then you can store it, right? Then you can store the leftmost occurrence, and then you can keep on moving, and you can keep on storing the indexes of 5 at which it is occurring. And then after that, after like you will keep on storing it, so your variable will get updated. First of all, it will get updated to 2, 3, 4, 5, right? It will get keep on updating, and after that, when you will not get then that element, then the variable will not get updated, and then you can simply whatever the variable will be containing, that will be the last occurrence of 5. That is what I can think of as of now, right,
Okay.
Siddharth?
So simple enough. Yeah. So as we are catering this as beginner to advanced, but with no prerequisite, that is why the hashing thing is not involved here. Rather, the simple for loop with a flag is being involved. Now, what
Yeah.
is flag for beginners? Flag is nothing, but flag is a small variable which tells us that it is done or not. फ्लैग इज नथिंग बट फ्लैग एक हेल्पर की तरह है. एक आदमी है जो बताएगा कि ये चीज हुआ है कि नहीं. Okay, flag is just this small thing. Okay, so now let us move to the implementation quickly. So I would just
Also one
need,
more thing, all of you can give us a +1 if you understand where Abhinav has gone as of now, like why Abhinav has gone as of now, right? So you can give a +1 for that as well. If some people are missing him, right? Right. So all of you can give us
yeah,
a +1 if you understand that. We don't need to say anything now, so that we can move forward.
yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we would initialize L and R as -1. This just means that we have not still up till now the value X. So now we would start the iteration for int I is equals to 0, I is less than n, and I plus plus. So now we would say that if the current value, that means if the current value is equal to the value that we were trying to find, and L is equal to -1, that means L अभी तक update नहीं हुआ है और ये element is equals to the current element. What we would do is we would update the index of L. Okay, update the index of L, and then we would move forward. Okay, first and the last occurrence, and then we would also update the value of r also. Yeah, let's update the value of r also. Now the next scenario is that we are seeing the value x, but this time L is not equal to -1. So if L is not equal to -1, we don't need to do anything, just keep updating the value of R. Okay. So the next condition would be that this time A is equal to the value x, but L is not equal to the value -1. Okay. So I would just have else if. Okay.
Right.
So
If
at
the
this
ith
point
element
of
is
time,
equal to x and L is not equal to -1, this means that the element has already been seen, right? If L
yeah,
is equal to -1, then okay. So that you have written it.
yeah, I've changed the condition.
Okay, okay.
Am I clear? Yes.
Just you are clear with it.
Okay, fair enough. I would just zoom in people because people are asking. So see, at this point we are seeing the value of x, but L is not equal to -1. This means that L has already seen it. So we need to have the last updated answer. मतलब last बार कब 5 encounter है उसको update रखना है R में. So R is equal to the value I itself. After all this is done, we would
So
have the
that
value of
one
LR.
thing that you can do is one thing you can do is I think instead of writing a of I is equal to x, I think you can write I is not equal to -1. No? That will also work. That will mean that the element is seen, right?
What? Can you please summarize again?
I am saying that if L is not equal to -1, that means the element has been seen. Okay, yeah. I think this is fine. Yeah, I was thinking too much. This is fine. Absolutely.
Okay, so what we need to do is we need to return the value of L and R itself. Okay, and it is already given that the element, if it is not updated, we need to return -1 as both the index. Okay, so this would work fine, I think so. Okay, so now let us try to compile this and see. Okay, it is getting a correct output for the sample test case. Now let us try to submit this and see how many errors are we making.
You
Okay,
can write GOP in the
okay,
chat. The brute force also passes. Sid
yeah.
OP in the chat.
So
He has passed the brute force code, right? So you can write Sid OP in the chat. The brute force gets accepted
okay,
here.
so why the brute force is getting accepted? I will tell you a reason for that. So if you observe this constraint, okay, so let's have the same thing, okay. So let us see why the brute force is passing here at this point of time. Okay, so
Sid
if
OP
you
in the chat.
observe,
Brute force has passed.
okay, so if you see that
People,
n's worst value can be 10 to the power 7. बहुत कम है यार, बहुत कम लोग फॉलो कर रहे हैं, इतना बोरिंग पढ़ा रहा हूँ क्या मैं? Okay, Abhinav is here only. CP with Abhinav, same person. Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
dinner is
So
done now.
at, at this point of time, we are iterating over the for loop. So we are doing big of n operation, and each operation, we are just having the operators, like we are just seeing. So using the logical operators is equal to, less than, greater than is constant, and we are assigning values which is also constant. So at each operation we are doing constant values. That means big O of n into 1. So at most we are doing 10 to the power 7 operation, and in 1 second we need to respect the time that we need to have less than 10 to the power 8, and 10 to the power 7 is less than 10 to the power 8. So we are getting a AC verdict here. So beginners would have a problem in understanding why this is getting passed. So quickly tell me if this is clear or not.
See, it's
Okay,
because of the
Ruth,
constraints. The
the
constraints are not that great.
so I think that you are not familiar with Yash, because the Yash spelling is YASH. Oh, okay. He has even written the correct spelling of Abhinav, but he is not clear with the spelling of you. Okay, seems like
You can write why yes also. I am comfortable with anything.
okay.
Okay, yeah. Up till now things
मगर
are
यश
clear,
बाबू
right?
सोना में
I hope
ज्यादा
that everybody
कंफर्टेबल है ना यश? Yes is more comfortable with Babu Sona. Well,
is.
okay, fair
Yes,
enough.
but only few people have the only few people have the liberty to call me that.
Okay, few people, not one
Few.
people. So,
It's not
so that means that he
exactly.
is controlling multiple number of few people. Okay, फंस गया भाई.
But Siddharth, you can see there is a comment for you as well. Senior coder हाथ रखता है तो code चल जाता है. You saw it.
Yeah, अभी देगा. Okay. Okay, fair enough. So, you want me to summarize, na? So see, अब एक चीज हमेशा याद रखना. Let us summarize, but I would do it in a concise manner in Hindi. So see, just you keep this in mind that you need to do the number of operation less than 10 to the power 8, less than equal to 10 to the power 8. If the number of operation is less than equal to 10 to the power 8, then your code will be able to surpass the given constraint. If your the number of total operation is greater than 10 to the power 8, okay, then it won't. If the time is 2 seconds, so just remember that most of the time it is 1 second. But if the time is not mentioned, take this as 1 second. If the time is mentioned, 2 second means 2 into 10 to the power 8. So if the number of operations are less than 2 into 10 to the power 8, you would be able to surpass the time consistency. But if the time
There's
is
one
not given in the,
just Siddharth, you can carry
okay,
forward. Then there's one query that JS has
okay,
that you are not writing the code in Java. So don't worry, when I'll be writing the code, so I'll be giving some Java codes. Currently, what the problems that Siddharth is doing, they do not require any language specific things. So that is why it is
I
language independent.
okay, I think that whole of this stream would be language independent. Like nothing sort that Java people won't understand, nothing sort that JS people or Python coder won't understand. The whole binary search would be independent of the problem, programming language. Okay, so there exists a better solution, okay, which is better than big often. Suppose you gave this solution to the interviewer and he is happy, but he wants you to optimize it. So Yash, how would you proceed? Like, how would you think in this scenario?
See, if I'm thinking about the by search, right. Basically, I have to search element. First of all, I can see that finding the first occurrence, last element. So I can see a term that is repeating finding, and also you have told me this thing that the array is sorted. So I have to find. I can think of using the by search, but here Siddharth has taken this problem to explain you the basic of by search on answer indirectly. That how you will be shifting cleverly, and even if you find a particular element, then you will not return as Abhinav was doing earlier because here you have to go left or right depending on the cases. So these things I think will be covered by Siddharth, correct, in this problem?
Yeah, absolutely. So Yash did a very good thing. Like he was focusing on the intuition, like how he is coming to the conclusion that binary search is required. The very first, the very first indication that binary search, you need to think in terms of binary search. Why? Because this is a sorted array, and we are talking about searching an element. If these two things are involved, then you need to think in terms of binary search also. Okay, fair enough. But the binary search can land up here. Okay, just think binary search can land up here, and we would say that yes, but this is the answer, but this is not the answer. We want the first occurrence as well as the last occurrence. The problem is not just finding the element, but finding the first occurrence as well as last occurrence. So this is the point I would introduce you to two big terms, that is lower bound and upper bound, to solve this question. Okay, so before moving forward, you would say that lower bound and upper bound is not that much greatly important or something. But I would just tell you the weightage of this. Lower bound and upper bound are absolutely very easy to master. And even big tech giants like Google do ask this question in their telephonic round. Like Google has asked numerous number of times a question related to lower bound and upper bound in his telephonic interview. Okay, so the weightage
uh,
is much greater.
Siddharth, are you going to use the function lower bound upper bound function in C++?
No, I would be not using the function in C++. Okay. Rather, I would be making it
Okay,
absolutely language independent. And first, we would be
okay.
learning what is lower bound and upper bound. Then we would be implementing it from the very scratch. We won't be talking about the lower bound and upper bound that is already given in C++. We won't be talking about
Yeah.
it.
So
Uh,
guys, he's not talking about any independent functions that are given in C++, because they are not given in other languages at times. So that is why he'll be writing the code for it. He'll be writing the internal implementation for it. Okay. Just give a +1 if you have
okay.
understood this thing.
Okay. Fair enough. So, lower bound. What is lower? Can you quickly tell me what is lower bound, Abhinav?
Yeah, sure. So lower bound basically returns a particular, the index of a particular number, which is not less than a given number. So that number can be greater than or equal to the given number for which we are finding the lower bound, but that index should not be less than. So, Siddharth, let's take an example. Let's take the array given to us is 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, and 3. 2, 2,
Okay.
2, and yeah. Here you can see if we will found the lower bound of 2. So as I told you, just remember, it will give us the index of the number which is not less than. Not less than. It can be equal, it can be greater. So the
Okay.
first
So
number which is not less than 2 is
Abhinav,
2 only. This is all.
Abhinav, just before moving forward, let us do one thing. Just let us be clear with the definition of lower bound. Are you comfortable
Yeah,
with this?
yeah, sure.
Okay. So suppose we have the element. So lower bound would return the index of the first occurrence if present. So if present, so if the current, suppose we are trying to have the lower bound or upper bound of x. So if the element is present, so I would just have it in the form of red. So if the element is present, if the element is present, then it would return the first occurrence. Return the first occurrence. If the element is not present, if the element is not present, then we would return the next greater element. Next greater element.
Exactly.
Now, now let us see some examples, and that would help us understand more. Suppose we have 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the 2, 2, 3, 4. Now tell us Abhinav. Suppose we want to do a lower bound of 2. So how would we do that?
Yeah. So for the lower bound of 2, you can see that 2 is present. That means we have to return the first occurrence of 2. You can see the first occurrence of 2 is index 2. So 2 will be the lower bound in this case.
Okay.
Got
That
it,
is why
guys?
this is the answer. Yeah.
Exactly.
So suppose
You
the
guys can
element is
also
not
write in the
present.
chat box the answers.
Okay,
Yeah.
so suppose the element is not present. Suppose we have 5, then 7, then 8, then 9, and we are trying to do a lower bound of 6. At this point, 6 is not present. So the next greater element of 6 that is present is 7. So it would point to the last element. Okay, but now suppose, now many of you would have a query, like suppose we do a lower bound of 10. If we do a lower bound of 10, then 10 is not present, so it would point to the very last position, very last, like after the nth minus 1 position, like it would return the value of n. Okay, fair enough. So am I clear with the explanation of lower bound? Abhinav, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that it's clear to everyone. Just write a +1, guys.
Okay, quickly give me a one in the chat. I don't require +1 or anything. Just quickly give me a one in the chat. I don't want you to waste time. Give me a one if you have understood. Give me a zero if you have not understood. And do this for the rest of the stream. Quickly give me a one. I want the wheel to keep going. Okay, just give me one, simple one. You don't need to write the alphabetical one. Okay, fair enough.
We have
Now,
done.
in the same manner, suppose in the upper bound, even if the element is present, even if the element is not present, it would return the next greater element in all scenarios. It would return the next greater element, be it present, be it not present. मतलब just उसके बाद वाला करेगा. इसका not present का scenario, इसका not present का scenario, इसका present या not present दोनों में हो जाएगा. Okay,
Exactly.
so so let us quickly see. Okay, let us quickly see the lower bound. अगर लोअर बाउंड क्या है ना, लोअर बाउंड याद रखो, लोअर बाउंड मतलब फर्स्ट ऑकरेंस, पहला पहला प्यार. लोअर बाउंड मतलब पहला प्यार, पहला बार जिसको देखा वो लोअर बाउंड है. पहला ऑकरेंस जो रहेगा उसको लोअर बाउंड बोलते हैं. ठीक है. अब अगर लोअर बाउंड नहीं है, मतलब पहला बार में प्यार नहीं होता है, वी गो फॉर द नेक्स्ट पर्सन. सो अगर पहला बार में प्यार नहीं हुआ, इफ द फर्स्ट गर्ल वी आर नॉट एबल टू लाइक इट, इफ इन द फर्स्ट ग्लांस वी आर नॉट लाइकिंग दैट पर्सन, वी व्हाट वी डू, we go for the next girl. The same thing we are doing it. Okay, so if we are in the first glance we are not liking the girl, we go for the next person. So in the same way, lower bound can be treated as love at first sight. If it is present, we would love it in the first occurrence. If it is not present, we would go for the next curve. Now, what is upper bound? Upper bound is a person who is very mature enough and he doesn't believes on first sight. Okay, upper bound is a person who is a bhaiya kind of person. Like think it as a bhaiya kind of person who doesn't believes in first sight. So whatever be the scenario, he would just go for the next person. Hope I'm clear with this idea. So to summarize and to help you with the remembering thing, I am attaching it with a funny example like love at first sight. Lower bound is love at फर्स्ट साइट. अगर मिल गया तो पहला बार में ही देख लिया, प्यार हो गया, शादी हो गया. अगर नहीं दिखी, लॉपर बाउंड वो पर्सन है ना कि इसको कुछ भी हो जाए, प्यार हुआ या नहीं हुआ, he would go for the next person.
Siddhartha, students are asking your lower bound. Who is your lower bound?
अरे no, this is just okay. This is just explanation done to attach it. Okay. अरे पहला पार किसी का टिकता है क्या? माँ खिलाओगे लगता है आप लोग. अरे मार मत खिलवा दो नाम लेके. Okay. Chalo. I hope am I clear? Just quickly give me a one in the chat. Just quickly give me a one in the chat for the people who have given zero. Like many people have given zero. Swapnil, Harsha, Satya, and Battu. Quickly give me a one in the chat. अरे संदीप भाई समझ गए. थैंक्स अ लॉट. हम समझ गए. आप एक बार भी बोल दोगे तो हो जाएगा. Okay. Of 8 is 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, index 8 is 3. Lower bound index is 3. Please dry run for not present. Okay, chalo समझते हैं. Okay, suppose we are given the value as 5, 6, 7 and 9. Okay, 7, 7 and 9. अब क्या है ना, suppose I want to do a lower bound of 8. Okay, मतलब अब हमें 8 चाहिए. Okay, तो अगर 8 नहीं है, ओके, इफ अगर पहला प्यार नहीं होता है तो वी गो फॉर द नेक्स्ट पर्सन. चलो 8 को खोजना शुरू करते हैं. 8 नहीं है, 8 नहीं है, 8 नहीं है, 8 नहीं है. बट यहाँ पे वी कैन सी अ पर्सन हु इज बेटर देन 8. सो वी वुड रिटर्न दिस इंडेक्स विच इज 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. सो वी वुड रिटर्न दिस इंडेक्स दैट इज 4. ओके, नेक्स्ट ग्रेटर एलिमेंट मतलब उससे जस्ट थोड़ा बड़ा जो होगा. मतलब सोचो 7 खोज गए और 7 है ही नहीं तो 8 चला जाएंगे. ओके, सो सपोज थिंक एज आई हैव टोल्ड, थिंक इट इन टर्म्स ऑफ लव एट फर्स्ट साइट. लेट्स सपोज वी आर सर्चिंग फॉर अ गर्ल विद a quality threshold of 15, but suppose we are not getting it, so we would go for 16, we won't go for 100. Same thing, suppose we are trying to find the value 8, so we won't go to 10 or 11, we would try to find 8. 8 नहीं मिला तो 9, 9 नहीं मिला तो 10. ओके, सेम वे, एकदम ऐसे ही दिमाग पे रखो. Am I clear, Abhinav?
Yeah, totally clear. It's fine. I'm just checking the comments. They are also getting it. So they are just asking that what is the next greater element. So basically, next greater element is the element which is just whose value is just greater than the given element. Huh? For example, for 2, the next greater is 3. This is
Yeah. So Sid bhai, एक medium question हो जाए. So this is a medium question only. This is written basic. Okay, this is written basic due to the constraint. Okay, but we aren't covering the basic. We are not covering. We are directly going to the medium question. Don't worry about that. We are directly discussing the medium question today. अगर नेक्स्ट ग्रेटर भी नहीं मिला तो क्या होगा? नेक्स्ट ग्रेटर नहीं मिला तो क्या करते हैं? अगर कोई प्यार नहीं मिलता तो सिंगल रहते हैं ना. So in the same manner, if the next greater element is not present, suppose we have 5, 7, 8, 9, okay, and we are trying to have the lower bound of 10. Okay, suppose the lower bound of 10. So 10 is not present. Next greater element is also not present. So we would give the single spot. Okay, we would give the single spot. Fair enough. I hope I am clear. So like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we would return at this point 4. Okay. Return -1 and if target is not found. No, we won't return. We won't require. We would return the last after the last index. Okay. Like a hope. Okay. You can take it as a hope. ये होप है कि कभी बेहतर बनूं, कोई लड़की आए तो प्यार करे. Okay, fair enough. Chalo, let us move forward. Now we would talk about how to implement. So the question is how to do lower bound. How to do lower bound. Okay, chalo, and we would have the screenshot. Okay, we would copy this and we would make it small. अरे अरे ये छोटा कैसे होगा? Oh, this can't be made small. Okay, fair enough. So hope I'm clear. Okay, fair enough. So let us come at this point. So how to do lower bound? Suppose we have 1, 2, 5, 5, 6, 7, 7, 9. And let us take the index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So implementation of lower bound is absolutely very important. So my tip would be that you quickly write this array in your pen and paper. And whatever I am trying to tell you, please go side by side on your pen and paper. Otherwise, you won't understand it. Okay. So now let's try to solve just this example. Don't think about lower bound or something. And we want the lower bound of 5. We want to do a lower bound of 5. This is our motive here. Okay. Now let us come at this point. So when coming at this point, सेम होगा ना. लोअर बाउंड क्या है? लोअर बाउंड है बाइनरी सर्च का भाई बहन. लोअर बाउंड एंड अपर बाउंड आर द सिबलिंग्स ऑफ बाइनरी सर्च. इफ इट इज द सिबलिंग्स ऑफ बाइनरी सर्च, दैट मीन्स वो बाइनरी सर्च जैसा ही परफॉर्म करेगा. इट वुड एक्ट लाइक बाइनरी सर्च ओनली. सो वी वुड हैव लेफ्ट एंड राइट. अब लेफ्ट एंड राइट आ गया तो मिड भी आएगा ही. सो नाउ मिड is equal to left plus right divide by 2, which is equals to 0 plus 7 divided by 2, which is equal to 3.5. Taking the integer part of it is 3. So now we would go to 3 and we would say कि यही हमारा mid है. Okay, this is the midpoint. Okay, so now suppose we have received the 5. Just think it in this way. And we want the first occurrence. मतलब अब समझो बहुत सारी लड़कियां हैं, मगर मुझे पहली वाली चाहिए. ओके, सपोज किसी एक लड़की पे जाके देखें तो इस पे अगर आए, सपोज बहुत सारे ऐसे ऐसे हैं, ओके, जो हमारे कैंडिडेट्स हो सकते हैं. ओके, चलो समझो कि अभिनव का स्वयंवर हो रहा है. लेट्स थिंक दैट अभिनव इज हैविंग हिज स्वयंवर. ओके, fair enough. Suppose we are jumping on to this girl and we think that yes, this is a girl and it might be suitable for Abhinav, but we want the first person who is the most suitable. ये most suitable है, ये इधर से कम होते जाएंगे. Okay, so in this point it might be a scenario. So अगर ये point है और ये sorted है, this means that first occurrence तो left side ही होगा. Am I clear with this or not? Like suppose we are jumping on to this girl. So the next search space should be on the left or should be on the right. मतलब अगर हम लोग 5 पे बैठ रहे हैं तो फर्स्ट ऑकरेंस किस तरफ होगा? अगर समझो जो एलिमेंट चाहिए था वो एलिमेंट हमें मिल गया, अब फर्स्ट ऑकरेंस किस तरफ होगा? राइट तरफ होगा या लेफ्ट तरफ होगा? चलो बताओ जल्दी. क्यूपिड मास्टर सेड या एब्सोल्युटली. ओके अभिनव, आप बताओ एक बार, व्हाट इज योर टेक?
It should be in the left, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, finding my lower bound. Yeah, Yash is busy finding his lower bound. Okay, fair enough. It might be a scenario that his lower bound is in the stream only, watching the stream and replying on the stream even. It might be a scenario. हो ही सकता है बात. Okay, so yes, so we are jumping on to the left value. Okay, चलो जो लिख रहे हैं ना वो सब देखने लगता है. Okay, चलो. So if a of mid is equal to the value key, then we would go to the left. वो लेफ्ट जाएंगे। लेफ्ट जाना मतलब क्या, ये एल है, ये आर है, ये मिड है। लेफ्ट जाना मतलब क्या, ये वाला आर उठा के we would keep it here, we would just take out that r, we would keep it before mid. So what we are trying to do is we would say left, going to left is nothing but r is equals to mid minus 1. This is the first case that we have handled. Okay, first case handle kar liya. Now let us see the scenario when a of mid is greater than key. Chalo, let's suppose the next scenario. Okay, when suppose the mid is suppose at this position, at this position, and this is the mid at now. So if mid is at a higher value than the lower bound, than 5, which direction should we go again? Abhinav?
Yeah. So if it has the greater value, then we will move towards the right side.
If it is a greater value,
No,
we
if,
should move
if
to the
mid has the greater value, if mid has the greater value, so we will move towards the left side only.
Okay, Abhinav का ध्यान कहीं और है. Abhinav has his concentration on texting someone else. It might be a scenario. So suppose just try to think in this manner. Suppose we are trying to see the first occurrence of 5, but we are seeing 7, 8. So this means that we need to lower down the value. Lowering down the value means हमें फिर right के तरफ आना होगा, okay, left के तरफ आना होगा, ताकि हम लोग को छोटा value मिले. So we would need to go on the left hand side. Okay, again, so we would need to go on the left hand side. Moving to the left hand side is again the same thing, which is mid minus 1. Okay, fair enough. So the last condition, chalo, last condition is the condition when a of mid is less than the key itself. Okay, less than the key. Up now think in the scenario where mid is suppose at 2. So if mid is at 2, then yes, where do we need to go if mid is at the value 2? We need to go on the right hand side or on the left hand side. अगर हमें छोटा वैल्यू मिला है और बड़ा वैल्यू चाहिए तो किधर जाएंगे, लेफ्ट या राइट?
You will go to the right. You will search in the right side, correct?
ओके, या एब्सोल्युटली वी वुड गो टू द राइट हैंड साइड. राइट साइड मतलब क्या, ये वाला एल उठाना है और यहाँ पे रख देना है. सो एल वुड बी मिड बाइंड, एल वुड बी मिड प्लस 1. सेम थिंग. सो आई वुड जस्ट राइटिंग द सेम. L would be mid plus 1. So everyone clear with these all things on me? Just tell me. Just quickly give me a 1, everyone. If you have not understood, give me a 0. If you have understood, give me a 1.
Durgesh is saying that how can we solve it without recursion? So Durgesh, I will try to provide you a code. Don't worry on that.
So quickly give me a 1. I think we should wait. What say Yash? Should we wait some time?
Yes, you can wait for 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, so I just quickly remove my screen.
Okay, sure. Abhinav, background
Okay,
open in the
leave,
chat,
leave.
please.
Okay, you don't need to
What
leave. Okay, okay, yeah. It's thank you. I thought that you are having some issues over this. Okay, fair enough. So we'll just cater the doubts. Yash, have you star marked anything? Any questions?
No, actually, I
I
just
think
joined now. So
okay.
There
Okay,
was
we
no
are
such
not seeing
question, Siddharth.
anyone who has not understood. Can we use vector array by taking extra space? Yes, you can, but this is to be done using binary search. Okay. Anyone else who is remaining? और कोई बचा हुआ है? यश मैसेज कर लिया आपने? Texted your girlfriend?
I could not find my lower bound.
Okay. It might be a scenario that your lower bound is busy on this live stream searching you. Okay. Yeah, it is binary search. Okay. So I think we can move forward. Chalo. So yes, add the values
Yeah,
accordingly.
sure.
Okay. So we have
I've added
catered.
the
Okay. So we have successfully catered equal to less than or greater than. But now suppose the scenario. Okay, so let's take the same scenario. Okay, now let's take the scenario. Okay.
You can shorten the length if it's possible.
Okay, leave it. Okay. Now suppose we are having a value equal to that value and we want to find the first occurrence. So अगर value मिल गया और उसका first occurrence चाहिए, then we need to save this answer. So we would just say save. मतलब जो आंसर बन सकता है उसको सेव कर लेंगे, जो आंसर बन सकता है सेव कर लो. ओके, अगर वो वैल्यू इक्वल है, हमें तो फर्स्ट ऑकरेंस चाहिए ना. अगर स्वयंवर हो रहा है, लड़की चाहिए, जैसी चाहिए वैसी मिल गई है, बस फर्स्ट वाली चाहिए ना. तो जैसी मिल गई है वैसी चाहिए, वैसी मिल गई है, अब बस फर्स्ट का इंतजार है, तो सेव तो कर ही लेंगे ना. सपोज एक तो बैकअप रहना चाहिए ना. सो वी आर जस्ट कीपिंग अ बैकअप. And now if we are getting a girl higher than the qualities than we expect, that means we need to save this also. So we would save this also. But suppose we are getting a girl which is less than our expectation, okay, so it won't fit, so we won't save it. Okay, so simply update the answer accordingly. At each point of time, we would update the answer accordingly, and the last updated answer would give you a lower bound. Okay, now let us move to the implementation of lower bound. Can we move to the implementation of lower bound? Is the safe thing clear? मतलब जब last updated value first occurrence होगा ही होगा. Like see, I'm telling you कैसे वो होगा. See, suppose we are getting the occurrence, then we are trying to find the first occurrence. Suppose I would just tell you, see, suppose this is 5 5 5 5 and we are coming to this, we would save this, then we are coming to this, save this, coming to this, save this, and the last updated value would be the first occurrence for sure. Okay, chalo, that is why this is the scenario. Now let us move to the implementation.
Yes, you can move to the
Chalo.
implementation part.
Okay, let us move to the implementation part. So as I told, I would be using the same binary search implementation which Abhinav has used. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so now we are having the answer as n, because if the answer is not updated, that means we need to return the last index. अगर आंसर पता ही नहीं तो लास्ट इंडेक्स. अब इसको बाइनरी सर्च से लोअर बाउंड कर देंगे. ओके, इसको लोअर बाउंड कर दिया. एक एरे है, n है और x है, द एलिमेंट टू बी फाउंड. लो और हाई लास्ट तो हो जाएगा. ओके, so as I told, if a is equal to the value mid, what we would do, we would r is equals to mid minus 1. We would have r is equals to mid minus 1. Okay, if it is less, what we would do, less matlab mid plus 1, l is equal to mid plus 1. So we would say l is
Yeah.
equals to mid plus 1. And
If
at
it
this
is less,
point,
then he is going towards the right side. Yeah.
okay, and if this is the scenario, it is greater. अब ज्यादा होगा तो किस तरफ जाएंगे? ज्यादा है, स्मॉल तरफ भागना है, तो हम लोग लेफ्ट तरफ भागेंगे. Okay, so if it is greater, r is equals to mid minus 1. R is equals to mid minus 1. So Yash, what do we mean by save? Save is nothing but updating the answer at each step. What do you think, Yash? Am I true?
Correct. So you can say that answer is equal to mid.
So answer is equals to mid at this point. अब कहाँ का और करना है? लेस तो करना नहीं है क्योंकि वो एक्सपेक्टेशन के नीचे है. अब जैसी लड़की चाहिए उससे आधी अच्छी लड़की मिलेगी, उसको भी तो सेव करेंगे ना. And we will save the answer here also. Okay. At the end, we will just return the answer. Okay. Now let us see if this is correct or not. Okay. Let us see if this is correct or not. Quickly tell me if things are clear to you or not. So this is the simple template that I am using to test my solution. Okay. So now what I would be doing is int a dash is equal to the element as
You
1.
can write clear in the chat if all of you are clear with this thing up till now, right, guys? Then we can
Just
proceed
have
to
one in the chat. I think one is just enough.
Yeah, +1 in the chat.
Okay. So this is index 0. This is index 1, 2. Okay, so this should return me the index 1. Okay, so C out lower bound A, the value of n is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, and the element to be found is 2. So it should return me the index 1. R is equals to mid minus 1. Okay, so this should be left and this should be right. So Abhinav was going moving forward with low and high or left or right. What was Abhinav moving forward? Just quickly tell me. Yes, do you
But
remember?
I think this is also fine. Like I think this is also fine. He was moving with low and high, like left and right. I think, but you are also fine with
Left and
this.
right. Okay, let's have low left and right only. I don't want to confuse people. Okay,
Yeah, very fine
low
with this.
left. So left and high would be right.
You can see
Okay.
how
Uh,
smartly he's using the extensions and everything, right?
okay, right हो गया and then left. Okay, left. Okay, now let us see. Okay, it is giving us the value as 1 itself. Okay, so now let us see the output for 3. So this is index 0, 1, 2, 3. So it should return me the index 3. Okay, so 3 जाएगा 3 आएगा 3 आएगा. So this means that we are successful in implementing the lower bound. Is there anyone, even a single person, who is not good with the lower bound? Just quickly tell me. ऐसा कोई है जिसको lower bound अभी तक समझ नहीं आया? Have we received any 0? Okay, people are not replying with
No,
1 or 0. Okay, please reply with 1 or 0. Can you please share the slide also with us for the previous class also? Yes, you can ask either of the mentors and they would provide you the slides of their respective stream. Okay, either of them.
okay, people are replying, right?
Test for the occurrence of 4. Yeah, absolutely. Let us test for the occurrence of 4. 4 is not present. So it should return me the index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, 6. It should return me the index 6. It is returning me the index 6. Let's test for the occurrence of 7. It should return me the index 7. It is returning me the index 7.
Because it is not
By
present.
short, okay, short में repeat कर देता. Okay, lower bound is something which would return as the first occurrence. So I will just quickly sum up. Yes, would you like to sum up or should I sum up?
As of now, you can sum up, like because they have understood
Okay,
your lower bound much better than anything else. Even I have understood it much better than like I've been doing lower bound since 2.5 years, but I've not understood it as much as I've understood it today.
okay. So fair enough. So let's say lower bound is something that if the element is present, it would return the first occurrence. If the element is not present, it would return the next later element. How to remember it? Remember it love at first sight. Okay, like if you are seeing the girl at the first sight, you would be saying that this is my girl. If I'm not able to see the girl that I'm trying to find, I would go for the next girl. This is the idea to remember lower bound. Let us move to the next value. Okay, so if the element we are suppose the element we are trying to find is not present, that means we would give it a ray of hope. Suppose I want a girl which has a beauty of 100, but that girl is not present, so I would give it a ray of hope. I would return the last index. Now how am I doing it? So lower bound, what is lower bound? Lower bound is the sibling of binary search. सिबलिंग ऑफ बाइनरी सर्च मीन्स एल और आर ऐसे ऐसे रहेंगे, मिड बीच में रहेगा. इफ अगर वो एलिमेंट मिल गया, मतलब अगर वो लड़की मेरे को मिल गई जैसी लड़की मुझे चाहिए थी, मगर मुझे पहली वाली लड़की चाहिए, जैसी लड़की चाहिए थी वैसी मिल गई मगर मुझे पहली वाली चाहिए, तो क्या करना है? उसको सेव कर लो. एट दिस पॉइंट उसको सेव कर लो. उसको सेव करने के बाद लेफ्ट भागो क्योंकि उधर ही तरफ पहली वाली होगी. ओके, अगर मुझे जितनी चाहिए थी मेरे औकात से बढ़ के लड़की मिल गई, तो पहले तो मैं उसको सेव कर लूंगा, फिर पहली लड़की के पीछे भागूंगा. I would go to the left part of it. अगर जितनी चाहिए थी वो उतनी भी नहीं मिली तो मैं क्या करूंगा, और मेहनत करूंगा और बड़े एलिमेंट के पास जाऊंगा. बड़ा एलिमेंट किस तरफ है, बड़ा एलिमेंट राइट की तरफ है, तो मैं राइट की तरफ चला गया. ओके चलो, am I clear? बहुत मेहनत किया यार, प्यास लग गया.
Sure. Sure, guys. So you can just tell that if this all is clear to you all.
You can understand how Siddhartha Hazra is so much health conscious. He's using a copper bottle to drink water. Like plus
I
one.
think I think I think yes also uses the same. Yes also uses the same. He's not saying
I
this.
also have one.
I am just that
And
yeah.
and you use
Whatever
a
it
gold
is.
one, Abhinav. And you use a gold one, Abhinav. And we are quite
Yeah,
familiar
Abhinav
that
has a
you're
gold
using
one.
it.
In fact, he's currently not showing it.
And
Showing it.
and in few years, Abhinav would be upgrading his gold bottle to diamond bottle.
Maybe maybe if I
Platinum
get
diamond.
maybe if I get a SDE opportunity as Google, then I will surely buy one. But for now, with Geeks
Diamond,
for Geeks,
diamond के
I
बोलते
can
हैं.
just afford this. I
Google
can
कितना
just
देती
afford
है
this.
भाई?
Then also,
खुशी
You
इतना.
should join
देखो,
Engineering
see,
History, not our research or other organizations.
yeah. So see, even while joining Google, people think to buy gold, but he is very confirmed that he would buy diamond. So think the amount of money Abhinav makes.
Think how much he can negotiate with all the HRs. Like he's sure of that, right?
Yeah, he is so very sure.
Pooja, yeah. First of all, Pooja was asking that this particular thing that where is her comment? Yeah. Do you do this every day? So no, we don't do it every day. We almost do it bi-weekly as of now. Almost bi-weekly, you can say, or within the span of 15, 16 days, we do these live streams. Okay, and then you are asking about the time. So you can uh, there's a fixed time. So basically, the timing almost most of the times it's around. Today we started at 7 and we'll end at 11. But most of the times it's around. We start at around 10 and then we end at 2. You can search on this GFG practice channel. Siddharth, can you just search? Can you just open the incognito and on YouTube and just search it for other people who have just joined?
No, it's fine. I opened it.
Yeah. So okay, fine.
Yeah.
So
So what
you
you
can
can do is you
now
can
go to the
just go to
playlist
the
section.
video part.
I think you can
Yeah.
go to the playlist section. There will
Playlist.
be a playlist.
Okay.
Yeah, there
And
is a
SDA
playlist now for the
preparation.
6 hours now.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there
So
is a playlist that is being there. Okay. So there has already been
yeah,
three. First was of 6 hours, next was of 4 hours, and third was of 4 hours, and this is again a 4 hour stream. Okay.
you can share the playlist link
So
if you. Okay,
okay,
go.
sir. क्या देता हूँ ना सर, आप बोल के कैसे मना कर दें. Okay, so let us share
You can
quickly.
directly copy the URL. Yeah.
कर दिया भाई मेरे. Okay. Fair enough. So I want to learn DSA from you guys. Where can I approach you? Okay. So basically, you want guidance, but we already have an internship to handle. We already have a personal life to handle. So talking about me, I am only open to freelancing other than this stream. Okay. I'm open to guidance. Like I can guide you, but teaching you and personal guidance is a freelancing thing. Okay, Siddhant. Okay, there was a senior named as Siddhant. Okay, fair enough. Let us move forward to giving the upper bound. Chalo, let us go upper bound. And upper bound क्या है ना? Upper bound is a person who is a very matured guy. Okay, like he never believes at first sight. Okay, he would also always go for the next better person. Okay, like upper bound, suppose he wants a girl with a beauty 5, but he would go for a he would target द ब्यूटी ऑफ सेक्स. मतलब बोला क्या जाता है ना कि अगर क्या हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं, जमीन छूना है तो आसमान का सोचो. द सेम थिंग, अपर बाउंड इज अ पर्सन लाइक दैट. ओके, सपोज वी गिव अ अपर बाउंड ऑफ एक्स, वी गिव अपर बाउंड अ वैल्यू एक्स. सो अपर बाउंड क्या करेगा ना, अपर बाउंड x+1 खोजेगा, अपर बाउंड x+2 खोजेगा. अपर बाउंड एक्स को फायदा देगा ही नहीं, अपर बाउंड एक्स को दिखता ही नहीं. अपर बाउंड हमेशा थोड़ा ज्यादा पे जाता है. अपर बाउंड बहुत मैच्योर्ड और बहुत भूखा इंसान है, अभिनव की तरह. ओके, fair enough. Let us move forward. So now Let's try to think how can we do upper bound. So let us make a new array. So we have 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 9, and then we have again 6. And here we would do a upper bound of an element present. Let us take an element present 6. Okay. So upper bound and lower bound siblings of बाइनरी सर्च. तो एक L रहेगा एक R रहेगा. So there would be one L, there would be one R, there would be indexing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And again the same number of condition. Like we would say if A of mid is equal to the value X, A of mid is less than the value X, A of mid is greater than the value X. We would just fill out these three conditions. So the idea to implement lower bound and upper bound on your own is remember the skeleton and then just fill up these three conditions. Okay, fair enough. Chalo, let us move forward. Now suppose our mid is pointing to a value less than the lower bound. लोअर बाउंड कैसा पर्सन है उसको वो एलिमेंट से ज्यादा चाहिए बट यहाँ तो वो एलिमेंट भी नहीं मिल रहा है. So to find a person who is better than this person, we would go to which side? Yash or Abhinav, we would go to which side?
If you are
Yeah.
searching for 6, then you will go to the right side. Na?
Exactly.
Right
Go
side.
right side.
Okay. So fair enough. If you don't even remember these all funny scenarios or examples, take a simple array and you would be able to see it. Okay, like different जगह पे mid रखो आपको अपने idea हो जाएगा. Okay, that is why I'm trying to show you. Okay, so we keep a 4. We know that we need to go to the right. So that means moving to the right means what? ये L को उठा के अरे यार अरे भाग गया यार. Just a sec. Chalo. Okay, so this means that we would take up this L, we would keep it at this position, which is mid plus 1. L is equal to mid plus 1. So we would simply say that left is equal to, so I will not write in the same color. So we would say left is equal to mid plus 1. Okay, simple is okay, simple is that और चाहिए better चाहिए better चाहिए. Okay, better चाहिए इसको. Now suppose, okay, sorry, we are filling the wrong one. Yeah, less than that. We were talking about less, so we will need to fill that one. So now suppose the next value, which is जो चाहिए था वो मिल गया. Okay, जिसका lower bound कर रहे थे वो मिल गया. Suppose this. Okay, we are doing to lower bound. So suppose lower bound is a very matured person, as I told, and he always wants to find a better person. मतलब अगर उसको ये लड़की चाहिए ना तो उससे वो बेटर लड़की खोजता है. तो सपोज उसको ये लड़की मिल गई फिर वो तो बेटर के पास जाएगा ना. So this means that we would again make L is equals to mid plus 1. L यहाँ पे आ जाएगा better के पास चल जाएगा, which is nothing but again there same thing, left is equal to mid plus 1. और बेटर चाहिए मिल गया फिर भी उसको अच्छा चाहिए. Now let's take the scenario where we are getting a much better person. अगर much better चाहिए but lower bound काफी matured है, as I told, I also mentioned the word matured. This means that वो ज्यादा अच्छा के पास नहीं जाता, वो थोड़ा अच्छा के पास जाता है. अगर समझो वो ज्यादा अच्छा के पास पहुंच गया, that is 8, which is much better than 6. So अब वो क्या करेगा ना, थोड़ा अच्छा कब किस तरफ है, ज्यादा अच्छा इस तरफ है और थोड़ा अच्छा इसी तरफ होगा, which is equal to the left hand side. That means that थोड़ा अच्छा यहाँ पे आके drop होगा.
Actually, Siddharth is very
Okay.
much concerned about the compatibility part, right? He's finding a compatible. He's finding it
Yeah, so
compatible
yeah,
things, right?
so basically, so this happens in real life also. Like if you're trying to find a person who is much greater or much below than you, he won't understand you. Okay, so compatibility matters. Okay, so we can say that R would be equal to mid minus 1. So
So can I say that you are maintaining compatibility in upper bound? while doing the upper
अरे
bound.
भाई brother. No brother. As of now, nothing. I'm not trying to maintain anything. कट गया भाई, एक बार कट के सुख मिल गया और नहीं कटवाना. ओके, चलो, लेट्स मूव फॉरवर्ड. Okay, चलो. So this is equal to mid minus 1. Fair enough. So these three conditions, am I clear with these three conditions? Okay. So अब बताओ कहाँ कहाँ ये सेव करता रहेगा. So he would only save the values, like upper bound काफी जिद्दी है. He would only save the values which are better than the person we are trying to find. So सिर्फ ये वाला वैल्यू में सेव होगा, बाकी किसी में सेव नहीं होगा. Am I clear with this table or not? Quickly give me a 1. Okay, so people are focusing on Yash smile rather than me. So, okay, इतना ब्लश नहीं करना होता सिड भाई. अरे भाई मेरा सकल ऐसा.
Actually, it's because of your comments. Like we keep on reading the comments, so it's very
Yeah, अच्छा
like
लगता.
it's
So
very
it feels
engaging.
like a family. Like it seems like we are discussing in a group of friends. Okay, like आप भी मजाक कर रहे हो. You are also keeping the things on limit. We are also keeping the things on limit, not off the track very much. Okay, so quickly give me a quick one in the chat.
Like
Quickly give me a one.
like after fair enough, like you speak of lot of fair enough, and okay, they have got this might be a scenario.
uh, these two things I use a lot. Like might be a scenario where I take an example, and fair enough after telling the example. So both of these two things are done a lot. Okay, so there is no person who has not understood it. चलो काफी बढ़िया है भाई. स्पैम मत करो भाई मेरा. Don't spam please. One reply is enough. Please everyone reply quickly. अरे भाई.
People are saying they have understood your feeling.
Please don't
Uh,
think all this. चलो. So now we would be filling up the upper bound. Okay. So upper bound, and then this would be left hand bound. So let us quickly implement this upper bound. Okay. So first let us just have all the low as left. Then we would have all the high as right. Okay, so this left and right, I'm doing it. Okay, be it either VS Code, be it either Sublime Text. If you hold down the Command and D in your Mac OS and Control plus D in your Windows, you would be able to do it.
yeah, it will
Okay,
be able to build the program.
no, you would be able to multi-edit the variables with the same name. Like,
Okay,
see,
yeah.
if I just go to the left and I hold Command and D or Control and D, I would go to the first occurrence, then the second occurrence, the third occurrence, and then then I can edit it everyone at once. Like I can name it with Sid,
Can
I
you do
can
it?
name
Can you do
it
it for us
with
again? Like the first occurrence, second occurrence. Can you do it for us
okay.
again?
So just go to the variable name, hold down the Command and D, again hold down the Command and D to go to the second occurrence. To go to the third occurrence, again hold Command and D. Now, everyone, you can edit each of the variables at once by using this shortcut. Like you can go with
You can write OP
Yash,
in the chat. Like basically, he is
you can
doing
write
what? Indirectly, he is
OP
doing.
in chat, okay, like and share, okay, you can do it like this, and then you can have the same one that is left. Okay, small trick,
While you were
but
doing
much
this, I was
needed.
thinking that lower bound to upper bound transition you are doing. First occurrence, second occurrence,
No, this is
last
not the same.
occurrence.
Like you can edit all the copies of the variable at once. Like बार बार वो वाला copy में नहीं जाना होगा. You don't need to individually edit the variable names. You can
This
do
is
everyone at once.
this is sometimes very helpful while when you're doing development part, means when you're writing something React code or JavaScript or HTML CSS code. That times, for example, that you have taken 50 diffs in a particular code template, you have to change the class name. So in that case, it helps a lot. Means what I have experienced this particular technique, because
Yeah,
that
because
time your code is something of 500 lines, and I think in DSA I have not seen a code of more than 100 or 150 lines. But
no, no, bro. I have seen a code of more than 200 lines. Like my
yeah,
segmentary implementation
it
is more than
happens.
200 lines.
Yeah,
The
that
whole
segmentary
code.
and that thing happens. But in development, I think every basic React component which have a functionality, it goes up to 1,000 lines too. So it
Yeah,
happens.
absolutely. Okay, fair enough. So we would have अब fair enough बोलने पे मेरे को ही हंसी आ रहा. Okay, so left and so we have the left and right. So now we would just copy the condition. सिर्फ A is equal to mid, मतलब जो लड़की चाहिए तो वो मिल गई. अब मुझे थोड़ा better चाहिए. So what we would do is we would move to the right hand side. Right hand side मतलब left is equals to mid plus 1. Now if we are getting a value जो लड़की चाहिए तो उससे कम मिल रही है, but वो तो अपर बाउंड तो काफी मैच्योर और काफी एम्बिशियस है. So he would go to a higher value. Higher means going on the right hand side. So higher means right is equals to mid plus 1. Okay, right is equals to, अरे कहाँ भाग गया, right is equals to mid plus 1. Now अगर this is what
अभिनव भी
A
भाग
of
गया.
mid is greater than X.
मैं-
Okay. अब समझो कि जो लड़की चाहिए थी उससे मच बेटर मिल गई. अब तो हमें थोड़ा बेटर चाहिए ना, काफी मैच्योर्ड है. सो व्हाट वी वुड डू इज वी वुड गो फॉर थोड़ा बेटर. ज्यादा बेटर से थोड़ा बेटर मतलब कम आ रहे हैं ना. कम आना मतलब कहाँ, लेफ्ट हैंड साइड आना. लेफ्ट हैंड साइड आना मतलब left is equals to mid minus 1. And then when we would save the answer, when it is greater only time, so answer is equals to mid, only we would save this. So we have this. Now let us test this also. Like we would have upper bound, and let us test it for 3. It should return me the index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It should return me the index 6. कहाँ पे गलती हो गई? Okay, let me just see where I'm making the mistake.
You
Answer
are
is
doing
equal.
left is equal to mid plus 1. Left is equal to mid plus 1 you are doing now. You should, yeah, right is equal. Yeah, right. Both you are doing mid plus 1 na, that is why you're getting an error. Both you are doing mid plus 1 na, left and right both. You should do right is equal to mid minus 1.
Equal होगा तो बड़ा value में जाएगा. तो left is equals to mid plus 1. Okay, so this one would be left. Left होगा तब भी बड़ा value. Yeah, so left. Yeah, here I have written left left, but here I have written left right. That is the problem. Okay.
In the else part
Same
also
one.
you should update it to right now. In the else part also you should update it to right now. Else
Okay,
part.
sorry. Yeah. Just wrote the wrong one. Explained the right one, but wrote the wrong one. Okay. Fair enough. Now let us see. Yeah, we are getting correct output. Now let us check for 1. We should get the index as 1. So if you're searching 1, so 1 is present, but we would get the value this. So now let us see. We are getting the value this. Now let us do a upper bound of 4. We should get this one. That is 6. Okay. So let us do a 4 value. We should get the value 6. 6 is there. Okay. Let us do a upper bound of 5. 6 is more than 5 is not present. So we should return the value 7. Let us see. Okay. Fair enough. This was a small implementation mistake that I did after the explanation. Okay. Please rectify it. Okay. भाई आपको तो मिल गई, हमें भी मिलवा दो. What they are asking me. अरे भाई आपको मिल गए, हमें ढूंढ दो. ढूंढ दे भाई, ढूंढ दे.
Okay, all of you
तू
can
ढूंढ.
quickly write a clear in the chat if you have understood it.
Okay.
As of now, he has explained
So I
upper
would.
bound, lower bound very well.
Okay. So just quickly give
Just put
me
in the chat.
plus one. Plus one in the chat quickly. Quickly. One in the chat. Now suppose.
Just a quick plus
Now
in the
let's
chat.
see the same scenario. Let's take the same scenario. Like we have these two conditions. अब देखो. Now how can we use the lower bound and upper bound? Just say it, okay? So lower bound and upper bound का अब definition हटाते हैं. फिर से बोलते हैं, lower bound is love at first sight, upper bound is a matured person who wants more. Okay, just more. Okay. Now suppose we have the same example. Let's take the same example. Now this time it is a sorted array. Okay. X is equal to 5. How can we use lower bound and upper bound to solve this question? Lower bound and upper bound to solve this question. What do you think? Yes.
See, basically, I can understand in this question that if you will ask me to find five, the leftmost occurrence of five, so that is nothing but I can think of it something like the lower
Lower
bound,
bound.
and if you will talk about the upper, then I can think of five,
So just
like the
thoda sa,
rightmost
thoda sa,
point.
thoda. I know you are a Rajdhani people. Uh, we identify you as a
Yeah,
Rajdhani train, but we can wait. So we can identify first occurrence as lower bound, and last
correct,
occurrence, and the last occurrence would be upper bound minus one.
correct.
Can
Because
we
upper
tell
bound will
this?
be just high, just high.
Just
So
high.
it is
So
just high.
upper
Upper
bound.
bound. Yeah,
So
he's
for
pointing to
five's
someone who is
upper
just
bound is
high, but he
67.
wants someone to be compatible. So that is why he is
Yeah.
moving one step down.
ओके लाइक थोड़ा ज़्यादा जाके थोड़ा पीछे आ जाएंगे तब वो लास्ट वाला मिल जाएगा और फर्स्ट वाला चाहिए तो लोअर बाउंड तो है ही है
जो भी
ओके
फर्स्ट नॉन कंपैटिबल है उस पे गया फिर वापस आ गया.
ओके so just quickly give me a one we are done now we would just pass the lower bound and upper bound we would have a chit chat session for the next 2 minutes and then Yash would move forward with the advanced binary search we are right on time quickly give me
ट्रेन सही से
one सबको समझ में आ
clear
रहा है
and
ना
manifest is plus one, and then we will start, like we'll be more energetic, guys, don't worry. When we'll be solving the painters partition and other problems, buying such an answer will be more energetic.
yeah okay now did you see that how lower bound and upper bound is coming into picture not just for this question like you are asked in an interview find the count the number of five count the number of five मतलब क्या first occurrence minus last occurrence plus one count the first occurrence बता दोगे found the last occurrence बता दोगे थोड़ा सा एडिट करोगे लोअर बाउंड एंड अपर बाउंड यूज करके काफी चीजें सॉल्व कर सकते हो ओके
So that one thing,
या टेल मी
Abhinav's bottle has changed as well.
इतने जल्दी खरीद लिया सोचो
Right.
सुपर
Plus
प्राइम
one for
डिलीवरी
constipation part, guys. If you observed it, plus one. Okay, Siddharth, you can take forward. There you go. Whatever you were saying.
Okay, chalo, we can take forward. Now what we can do is simple enough. We would have lower bound is equals to lower bound, okay, lower bound of a comma n comma the value, and upper bound is equals to upper bound a comma b comma
Since
the value a
since he
comma
has
n
already
comma.
implemented these functions up, so he's just writing it, and this is the best way, because many people will do what, many people will say that okay, two codes are there, they will write it in the same main function kind of thing, right? Same function where you have to return the vectors. But in this case it is better to write it like this, because the interviewer will understand that you have a better way of writing the code as well, because this is also noticed in companies like Amazon and others, that whether you are using functions to write something that you are using again and again, or a particular, if a particular segment of the code is doing a particular process, then it's very necessary that you name it something that okay, this is lower bound, this is upper bound, then people can see the code that okay, this thing is there, right?
Okay, yes, quickly just star mark the comment of backbencher. I would reply it after
Okay,
this. So
okay,
I would reply. Please don't give reply to him. Okay, so now it is told that if the element is not present, we would return the index as -1. So if the element is not present, then lower bound would return the last index, that is the value of n. So we can say that if LB is equals to the value -1, okay, this means that the element is not present. If the element is not present, we would return -1, comma -1 as both they are one. Okay. Now
because
if
if
we
lower
are
bound
coming
is
to this point,
because if lower
yeah,
bound
tell
is
me.
-1, that means upper bound is also by if lower bound is not present, then if you're single, then how can you find the upper bounds, right? That is not possible according to
Yeah,
Siddharth's
मतलब
philosophy, right?
अगर मतलब पहला प्यार होगा ही नहीं तो प्यार मिलेगा कैसे सिंगल रहो ना हमेशा के लिए ओके So
That is
if
why
you
the
are
upper
coming to
bound is
this
minus
point,
1. Understand that.
yeah.
If the element does
So
not
if I
occur, so lower bound will be minus 1. If the lower bound is minus 1, then upper bound is also minus 1, right?
okay, so now let us see if we are getting in the correct direction or not. Okay, we are getting correct output for the sample test case. Let us try to submit this and see if we can get an EC or not. अरे भाई मेरा wrong answer कैसे आ गया? Its correct output is this -1 -1. That means that the element is not present.
Can you scroll up in your code in the lower bound and upper bound, Siddharth?
Siddharth, I think
Oh,
that's
no,
the
no, no,
case
no, no,
now.
no, 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 no.
If
It's done, it's done, it's
exact,
done.
Yeah,
With the lower,
you are not returning minus 1, na? Yeah, you are not
yeah,
returning minus
sorry.
1.
Okay, sorry about that.
His
अरे
lower bound function, when the element is not present, then his lower bound function is returning minus 1.
अरे
Okay.
what
It
happened? Let us
happens, right? It
see.
happens with mentors as well. No issues. Siddharth will fix that within some time only. Right.
Okay, fair enough. It would be fun. Okay, let us see quickly. Mm-hmm. Hello. Okay, so let us quickly have it debug. So quickly would show you the process to debug. So what you can do is you already have a test case of your own. Just paste it. Have the lower bound copy. Okay. So see, this is the way to. So see, this code is not working when the element is not present. Like its correct output is when the element is not present. So I need to debug for the part where the element is not present. So now let us see what is this value finding the lower bound when the element is not present. So let us take the value as 6. If the element is not present, it should return me the value as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should return me the value 7. Now let us see if this is working or not. Yes, this is working. Okay, we won't. So rather what we would do is we would simply do a binary search for this. We would quickly check before only.
I
Full
think I
BS
think
is
Siddharth, we can try one thing, that if lower bound is equal to upper bound, that is the case that the element is not present.
lower bound is equals to the upper bound.
Yeah,
Because no, the lower bound is equal. Okay, yeah, you can do it.
we can try that thing.
Okay.
Uh,
अदरवाइज जल्दी जल्दी बाइनरी सर्च लिखो और खत्म करते हैं इसको. Okay, chalo.
yeah.
Abhinav is. Okay, so you can do it other of the ways. You can simply do a binary search and check beforehand if the element is not present or present. Okay, if this is the issue. If you're in an online judge, these are small problems occur. But if you're able to debug, like Abhinav got away, that yes, अगर lower bound और upper bound same जगह पे होगा, upper bound तो है ही नहीं, lower bound कहीं पे point कर रहा है, same जगह पे है, इसका मतलब we are having not, we don't have any value.
Guys, this is a
Okay.
property of upper bound and lower bound, that if we are searching the upper bound and lower bound of a function of a number which is not present in that particular array, then the upper bound and lower bound both will be same. So you can check this thing also for later questions, that if you have to search that whether a number is present or not, you can just simply find you can just simply, if you have calculated upper bound and lower bound, you can just compare it. That is a
Okay,
property.
let's leave. We would just show them. Okay, so let's see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So if you observe that if you do a lower bound of 6, it would return you the index 5. And if you do a upper bound of 6, upper bound of 6, it would also return you the index 5. Okay, so as when the element is not present at this point, you can see that lower bound is equal to the value of upper bound, and this condition would work. Okay, yeah, Abhinav is our savior. Fair enough. So quickly unshare. Okay, then both will be the same. Yeah, both would be the same. Now what is the time complexity of this approach? जो lower bound and upper bound, as I told in the previous explanation, are the siblings, are the chunnu munnu of a binary search. So if binary search has a time complexity of log base 2n, upper bound and lower bound would also have a time complexity of log base 2n. Okay, think it
Correct.
in this fashion. Okay,
If you're clear
so you
with
can
this part as
unshare
well,
my
you can write
screen.
a +1. Yes, I will do that.
Okay, just quickly do it. We would have a discussion till 9:50, and then we would move forward with you for the next till 11. Are you comfortable, Yash?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just quickly remove my screen. Have you removed it?
I have removed it already.
Okay, fair enough.
Till then, I will
Because equal
suggest
वाला
you
कभी
guys.
मिलेगा नहीं तो better वाला मिलेगा. Yeah,
I will
absolutely.
suggest you guys to just take a screenshot of this live and post it in your social media accounts in LinkedIn or anywhere where you are active, so that it can help us to promote our particular live stream, because we are here for 4 hours and we are doing this fourth time. So we just want support from you guys so that we can get some promotion from your side too, and we can get a more number of views and responses from you. So you can just, and also just don't forget to hit a like button, and after the stream ends, just comment down that if you have loved these type of long streams, it will be very helpful for us.
Okay, no, this is basically a very easy thing. Like if you are working for something and that requires public response. Suppose we are doing something on a public platform for some viewers, and the viewers are appreciating it, we get a reason why to do it, and our reason is quite justified. But if people are not appreciating it or people are not replying it, that means they're not anticipating to that. That means that is making no difference to others. Okay, that is why we need to move forward. Okay, आज का क्या टास्क है अभिनव का? Okay, now there is two questions from backbencher. Backbencher, I don't know what is his real name, but I love the questions of backbencher. He's a very funny guy. Okay, I have been observing him for the previous many sessions. Okay, I love the way he does the sarcasm. Okay, fair enough. So let us first
And
answer the first
he
query.
stays with us throughout as well.
Throughout, and he would entertain everyone, like through the comments of backbenchers only. I think some amount of people do laugh because of backbencher only. Okay,
Yeah.
and Sweta is a
And I
person
think
who
that
would reply to every query,
exactly,
if you have observed.
exactly,
Okay,
yeah, that is what I observed.
okay,
And I
so
think
Abhinav,
why backbencher just targets me only. I don't know that thing. Maybe he's someone, or he or she is someone who knows me.
He is from your
okay,
Maybe.
college.
Maybe might be the
it,
scenario.
it might it might
Might be
be a
the scenario.
scenario that backbencher is a person who has crush on Abhinav. She might be a girl also, or a boy also. Okay, fair enough. So okay, अभिनव ऐसा नहीं करने वाला. अभिनव खुद का आईपीओ ही लॉन्च कर देगा 2-3 साल में. अभिनव शेयर मार्केट क्या खरीदेगा? शेयर मार्केट अभिनव को लेगा. डोंट वरी
Okay,
अबाउट
guys.
इट.
So
Okay, okay.
that's just joke, but the reality is, guys, ki when you are something in your 20s, and you are going to be just pass out from your college after 1 year, there are some responsibilities that you have from your family side, from your side too, that you
शादी
have to
ब्याह and all.
you have to learn also, you have to learn also, and you have to earn also. There are sometimes of, so yeah, yeah, I have got opportunity from different from Geeks for Geeks. I am earning a little bit, maybe many of you are getting, so that's fine, guys. But the thing is, at more you will hard work, more, your work is the only thing which is going to give you the success. If you are not doing your work, then nothing is going to give you the success. So
So
that is
see,
what
I
my.
would, I would, so I would just tell you that all three of us weren't the person who is now from the very initial. Okay, like we all of us started from scratch. सबके लिए ये सारी चीजें इतना is the way to talk like this, the way to present ourselves like this, the way to get on this public platform, the way to speak in front of 100 or 150 people like this. For each one of us, once this was a dream. To use MacBook in front of everyone, to use a gaming laptop in front of everyone was once a dream for all three of us. We all three of us didn't started off with a MacBook. We were not blessed with so much features from the start off. Yes, we had the adequate features so that we can learn. Okay. ओके भाई तो सेंटिमेंटल ओके हाँ सेंटिमेंटल तो होने लगूंगा ना लोग अप्रिशिएट करेंगे कि नहीं सेंटिमेंटल
Backbencher
ओके
said he waits for the whole weekend for the live stream also as well.
Okay. He waits for Abhinav only, or he waits for everyone?
Abhinav.
just just
Okay,
first tell
chalo.
your gender, otherwise these guys will just
No, no, no. Backbencher, please keep your gender as a secret. I don't want your gender to be revealed. Otherwise, we won't be able to make fun of Abhinav.
Abhinav. Oh, Abhinav. But that's just the hidden way of this stream, na? Means
That's the hidden. Okay, our me and Yash target is
hidden aim.
Abhinav. No, yeah, hidden aim is Abhinav. Abhinav को ही कुछ करवाना है. Okay, no, nothing like that. Abhinav is a junior, and we like to have a talk with him. Okay, sir, मैं coding
See,
skills को कैसे improve करूँ Java programming में? Coding skills improve करना है, Java programming तो नहीं improve करना है. तो Java programming तो हटा ही दो. Coding skills improve, सिर्फ coding skills improve करने तो DSA करो. Simple है भाई मेरा. How can one get an internship at GeeksforGeeks? Just go to their career page, follow each one of the
You can
HRs. If you have a
you
good
can just
portfolio,
you
ask
can
for
just search
referrals, ask go to the.
just search for Abhinav Awasthi Geeks for Geeks interview experience, and you will get a video at the top. You can just check out that video.
Okay, so backbencher is really a OP guy. Trust me. Be it either girl, be it either boy, I don't care. He is absolutely fantastic. Okay, like he is a person who can do stand-up comedy in future. Okay, so yeah, so let us move forward. Yash, I think otherwise you will fall short of time. You need to do advanced binary search.
yeah. Yes,
Chalo.
for sure, for sure. Great.
Okay.
Right. 7%. Okay, so
So till then,
are you
but
guys ready?
trying.
Like,
Yeah, just
okay,
you
so
would.
see, there was some comment from this person, not getting the intuition for basically he's saying that not getting the intuition for book allocation type problems. Indirectly, he's saying that he is not getting the intuition for advanced buying search or buying search and answer to be specific. So now I'll be doing at least one problem as of now, and I'll tell you how to get the intuition, how to get the ideology and the thought process for it completely. So all of you can quickly give us a +1 in the chat if you think that we can start off with the advanced buying search, and then I'll start off directly.
Okay, so as I already know all three of mentors personally, and I am already working with them for a long period of time, so I can confirm you that we all three mentors would be focusing more on intuition rather than just the solution. Okay, even if one question is being discussed, we would make sure that you take home numerous number of ideas that you can use even if a question that is being twisted to that idea is coming on your way. Yeah, yes, you can move forward. You can open up the link and I would just add your screen. Okay, tell me when you're ready.
Uh, yes, can you
अरे
add my
थोड़ा सा
screen
सेल्फ
now?
प्रमोशन होना चाहिए ना, करते रहेंगे. Okay, चलो. Quickly give us a one. So Yash has started. Many people are
Just a
waiting for
quick
Yash.
+1 for
Yash has
buying
a
search.
different fan base. Okay, Yash has a different fan base which is much greater than all three of us. Okay, like many people
No,
do love Yash for his fast explanation. Okay, fair enough. Yash, enough. Can you move
yes,
forward with your scribbling part? I think we are done with your scribbling.
Sometimes you have to stop.
yeah,
Like, yes,
it
yes,
was
yes,
actually
yes.
stuck. It was actually stuck now, so I
Okay,
was just like I connected it just now, so it was stuck that way. Okay, so guys, can we start? Like, let me open the comment section as well. That will be better. Okay, just a quick +1, guys, if you think that we can start off. Right. Okay, great. So
okay.
let's start off with this problem now. Yes, Siddharth, you wanted to say something?
No, bro, keep going. I won't disturb you now.
Okay, so let's start off with this problem, painter's partition problem. And this is buying search and answer. It is asked a lot in the online assessments or coding rounds of some high paying companies. Again, if you will see this problem only, so here you can see the tags that Code Nation has asked it, right? Google, Microsoft, Code Nation is one company that Abhinav is also trying to get into, right? Now, see this problem. Like basically, what will be the intuition for buying search and answer? So I'll be starting from the very basic. So what does this question say first of all? I think that they have written painter's partition 2. But as much as I have seen, there is no painters partition 1 on GFG. I don't know why this 2 is written. So there is no part 1 as much as I have seen. Okay. So this is only painters partition problem that I have seen on GFG. Let's start off with the problem. So it says that Dilpreet wants to paint his house's home in N boards. Okay. So basically what is happening here is there are N boards, right? You can say there are N wooden boards or something, right? Are you getting this point? Like he wants to basically build a dog house, right? Just as Abhinav wants to build a house, so this person Dilpreet wants to build a house for his dog, right? He wants to build a house for his dog, and basically, as you know, he's building a house for dogs, so most probably he's using wooden boards or something, and there are N boards initially. Are you getting this point? Let's say this is the first board of some size, then this is the second board, let's say this is the third board and fourth board and so on. Is this part clear? So total there are N boards. Is this part clear to you, Siddharth, as well? What do you think?
Yeah, I am
Is it
here.
clear to
Yes.
everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, Abhinav, is it clear to you? All of you are
Yeah. Yeah.
clear
It
that
is.
there are N boards, right? So there are N boards, N boards are there, and you want to do what? You want to paint them, right? Now, going forward with the question, it says that they have different lengths. Okay, so they can have different lengths. Now, furthermore, the problem says that the length of the ith board is given by a RFI, right? So basically, you can say that the length or the the overall area, you can say, or the length, you can say, is given. Like let's suppose that it has a this particular guy has a length of this particular board has a unit 5 length. Okay, so it will be given in this array that RFI will be 5, right? Let's suppose this one has a length of, let's say, 2. So in that case, this will be this array of I, this ith element will be marked as 2. Inside the array, these will be the things that will be given to you, right? Now, after this, they are saying that the boards N boards are given in this way, and he has hired K painters for his work, right? So basically, this person, since he wants to paint, so obviously he has hired some painters, right? This person has hired some painters. To be very specific, he has hired K painters, right? He has hired K painters for doing his particular work, right? And then he each painter, all of the painters that he has taken, suppose he has taken K number of painters. So every painter for painting 1 unit of the board, every painter will take 1 unit of time, right? So let's suppose that let's suppose that this board is having the dimension as 5. This board is of 5 units, right? If this board is of 5 units, then the painter painting this particular board will take 5 units time. Please write clear in the chat. Is it clear? If the board is if RFI, if current RFI is 5, if the board is of 5 length, right? If it is of 5 units length, then in that case it will take 5 units of time for the painter to paint this particular board. And similarly, let's suppose this is 7 units. This board has 7 units of length. Then in that case, the painter painting this will take 7 unit time, right? This is also very much important in this particular part, right? After this, what does the problem say further? The problem says that you have to find the minimum time. Okay, you have to find the minimum time to get the job done if all the painters start together. With the constraint, there is a constraint that that any painter will only paint contiguous board. Okay, so basically you have to understand one thing, that if suppose there are several boards, if several boards are like this, okay, then what will happen? If painter 1 has painted till here, right? If suppose painter 1 paints till here, and after that for some particular boards, painter 2 comes in, right? So after that, painter 1 cannot come back, right? Painter 1 will not come back. So painter 1, like whatever painter 1 wants to paint, painter 1 will be painting in the contiguous fashion. Is this also clear to you, Abhinav? What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. It is
Abhinav, is
clear.
it clear?
Yeah. Yeah. It is clear.
Okay, fine. Great. I'm just looking at the chat as well. Yeah, fine. Now, going further, it basically says that, see, you have to find the minimum time. You have to find the minimum time in which all the painters, all the painters can start painting together, and you need to find the minimum time in which you can paint all the boards, right? So, in this case, let's quickly see the sample test case first of all, right? Suppose this is the sample test case that has been given to us. I'm quickly copying it. Okay, fine. So suppose that this is the sample case that has been given to us. So suppose the array is given as 5, then we have 10, okay, then we have 30. And see, one more thing. In this particular thing, I want to tell you that can you observe one thing, Abhinav, about the array? Is there any specific thing that you can observe about this particular array?
Yeah. It is
About this
not
particular
sorted.
array?
I think it is
It is
not
not
sorted.
sorted. It is not sorted. It is not sorted. Please write +1 in the chat. Can you observe this thing? That this array is not sorted. This array is not sorted. Correct? this array is not sorted. So you will say that how will you apply buying search? Correct. Please write +1 in the chat. If you have, you can see that this array that I've given, it is not at all sorted. It is not sorted for sure. Right. So I will not be applying the buying search on the indexes. That is not buying search. I will be applying buying search somehow or the other. Right. So let's quickly observe that. Right. So see, we are talking about time. Right. Like the Dilpreet, the person who wants to paint all the boards of his doghouse, he basically wants to do what? He basically wants to optimize the time. Okay. But Abhinav, suppose that if I ask you that I want, I want the time, right? I want the minimum time. That is good. But suppose, like, Abhinav, can you tell me that if I apply the best possible scenario, right? What is the best possible scenario for me? Like, what is the best thing for me? What is the best scenario when I'll take minimum time? Can you tell me that? If I
Yeah.
allow you to take any number of painters, if I don't put any constraint on the painters that you can take, then what is the shortest time? What is the best time that you can complete this particular task? And any idea on this?
Yeah,
Any idea on this, Abhinav?
yeah, if a single painter, so it will be 30, I think, because a single painter will start with each board, and the board which is taking maximum time is 30, I think.
No. See, that is not true. Actually, what will happen now? If you have how many boards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boards, right? If you have 5 boards, right? So
Yeah.
what you can do is, if I'm not putting any constraint or on K, as of now, I'm not putting any constraint on the number of painters that Dilpreet is taking, right? Independent of that, if I'll think, so I can say that the best suitable time, the best time, if I don't put any constraints of K, the best suited time will be when I allocate, let's say I allocate a painter 1 for this particular board. I allocate a second painter for this particular board. I allocate a third painter for this particular board. I allocate a fourth painter for this particular board, and I allocate a fifth painter for this particular board, right? For every board, when I'll have different painters, right? When different painters will be painting the boards, then only the time will be minimum, right? Correct? Then only the
Yeah.
time will be minimum. Are you getting this? Please write yes in the
Yeah,
chat. If I want, if suppose there are n tasks, right? If n boards need to be painted and I want to paint them in the minimum time, then then deploy as many people as possible, right? Deploy as many people as possible. If you will deploy as many people as possible, in that case, what will happen? Everybody will start from the same time, right? So can I say that the painter one will take if painter 1, painter 2, right, painter 3, painter 4, painter 5, all of them are starting at the same time. If all of them are starting at the same time, then can I say that painter 1 will take 5 units of time, right? For painting, right? A painting. After that, painter 2 will take how much time? 10 units of time. Correct, Abhinav?
yeah,
Right.
exactly.
After that, what will happen? Painter 3 will take how much time? 30 units of time. Painter 4 will take 20 units of time. Painter 5 will take
Yeah,
15 units of time. So all of them,
exactly.
like I have deployed for every board, I have deployed different painters, so that when I have maximum number of people working for me, then in that case the task will get done easily. Na? Every different painters are painting every board. So in that case, what is the max, like in this case, Abhinav, what will be the time taken? Can you tell me, when every different painter is there, what will be the time taken now? Because everybody is starting at the same time, right? Painter 1 also starts, so painter 1 only has to paint 5 units, so painter 1 will finish in 5 units of time. Painter 2 will finish in 10 units of time. Painter 3 will finish in 30 units of time. Painter 4 will finish in 20 units of time. Painter 5 will finish in 15 units of time. So can I say that out of this, painter 3, all of them are starting at the same time? But obviously I can say that if even if I applied if even if I deploy n different people for painting, so I can say that it will be the time taken in the best scenario, in the best, the most beautiful, the most convenient scenario, when I deploy different painters, all the different painters to all the different boards. Even in that case, I'll take 30 units of time, right? Even in that case, I'll still take 30 units of time, because the time will depend on this painter that has to paint the most length. Correct? Is this part clear? When
Yeah,
different painters are applied, even then, even if I apply as many painters as possible, even then I will take 30 units of time to paint it in the best scenario. Is it clear? Is it clear that I'll take 30 units of time?
it is
All
completely
of you
clear.
can
That
write
is
a
what
clear in the chat. All of you, please write a clear in the chat if you're clear with this thing, then we'll proceed further. Is it clear? Just a quick clear in the chat, +1 in the chat will help us a lot. I'm waiting for your responses. Okay, some people are saying clear. Victor is saying clear. Shweta is saying clear. Great, guys. Right. This is the best possible scenario for me, that if I don't put any constraints of K, if I allow you to take any as much painters as possible, in that case, the best, or you can say the minimum time still you will take, if you are asked to use as many painters, even then you are going to take 30 units of time, right? Okay, Abhinav. Now tell me that what will be the, if I don't put any constraint on K, then what will be the worst time that you will take, Abhinav, for painting it? Suppose if I ask you, guys, quickly tell me, what is the worst time that I'll take if I don't put any constraints on the number of painters that you can take? What is the worst time? What is the maximum time that somebody can take to paint this? What is the maximum time that will be taken? Can I
I
say
think
that
that,
when only one painter is working on the whole board, correct, Abhinav?
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Right, Abhinav? If
So
only
it will be
one painter
some
is
of,
working, suppose, yes,
it will be some
Abhinav
of
is saying
all.
the right thing. Yes, Abhinav, let's suppose that if I ask Abhinav that, okay, Abhinav, you have to ask somebody to paint, and Abhinav, let's say he deploys only one painter. In that case, what will happen? First of all, painter one will paint this thing, so he will take 5 units of time. Then painter one will paint the second board, he will take 10 units of time. Then he will paint the third board, he will take 30 units of time. Then he will he will paint the fourth board, that will take 20 units of time again. After that, he will print the last board, that will take again 15 units of time. So this is nothing but the sum of the whole array, correct? The worst case that I can take, the maximum time, the maximum diluted way that I can paint it is nothing but just deploy one painter and he will take the complete time, right? The sum of the array, right? Please write yes in the chat, +1 in the chat, guys, if you are clear with this part, right? Everyone is clear with this part?
Yeah,
That
I think they
the
they
bulk,
have replied. It is clear to everyone.
okay. So this will be what? What is the sum? 15. 15 plus 30 is 45. 45 plus 15 is 60. I think it
It
is
is
overall
it
80,
is
correct,
80.
Abhinav? Just let me know if the sum
Yeah,
of the array is 80.
yeah, it is 80.
Okay, fine. Fine, guys. Right. Now, I am saying that this is the range, right? This is the range, right? So my answer can lie between the range. These okay. So best will be the, if I allow different painters, I'll take 30 units of time. If I allow worse painters, I'll take 80 units of time. But in that case, Abhinav, you will say that the answer would be 30 units, correct? That is what you will say normally. 30 units of time will be taken, the minimum time, correct? Maybe you will
Yeah,
think of this,
yeah,
correct? If I don't
yeah.
put any constraints on you. But see, there is one more thing that you have to observe. The other thing that you can observe is that you have been given K painters, right? You have been given K painters. So you have to consider this constraint as well, that you have to do it with K painters only, right? Okay, this constraint you have, this is when you are not thinking about any constraint on the number of painters, right? But if you will put some constraint that, okay, you can use only K painters, in that case, the answer will lie in this range. Can I say that, guys? Can I say that the answer will be between 30 units of time, right? 30 units of time to 80 units of time, right? This is the best and the worst case scenario for us, correct?
Exactly, exactly.
Is it getting? Is it clear?
Yeah,
Is
it
it
is
clear,
fine. It
Victor?
is
Is it
completely
clear?
fine.
Other people are getting an intuition for it. Okay, great. Now let's say that I have been given what is the k value here? Now let's check out. So I have been given k as 3. Okay, I have been given k as 3. Okay, so k value is given as 3, guys. Okay, understand that they are giving us the k value as 3. So Abhinav, how many painters can you use? 3 painters, correct?
Now, three. Yeah,
3
exactly.
painters, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, if you see Abhinav, can I say that you will try to, let's say initially you will try to paint it, like you will try to do the complete task of painting in 30 minutes, correct?
yeah,
Correct? Right. So if you have 3 painters, can I say that if I allow you to have 3 painters, right? If I allow you to have 3 painters, right? And you want to do the task in 30 minutes, right? So can I say that you will allow the first painter to paint 30 minutes, you will allow the second painter to paint 30 minutes, you will allow the third painter to paint 30 minutes, correct? Yes or no?
exactly.
Guys,
Yeah,
are you getting this
I will.
part? Are you getting this part, guys? If I'm only allowed to use 3 painters, right? And if I say that the task, suppose that the task I am assuming that is done, it is done in 30 minutes, right? So in that case, can I say that every painter will maximum paint for 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes? That is why the overall time taken by the painters will be 30. Correct? Okay. Yes, everyone can write a yes, right? I am saying that if I allow every painter to paint in 30 minutes, right? If I say that the task can be done in 30 minutes, suppose I'm saying that if the task can be done in 30 minutes, and I have 3 painters, so in the maximum case, like, what can happen? Every painter will take 30 minutes, right? And then he should do it. So let's see how. Okay. So I'm saying that, let's say that I am allowing you to, I am saying that, see, you have a range that, okay, 30 to 80, right? You can do it in 30 minutes, maybe in 80 minutes, right? So first of all, you'll try to do it in 30 minutes, correct, Abhinav?
Exactly.
Right. So you will try to do it in 30 minutes. Manish, it will be clear to you. Let me go through the dry run of it as well. Okay. So see, what I am saying here is, initially what I'll do is that I'll take painter one, right? So I will take the count of the painters, right? Let's say I'll take the count of the painters. So what I will do is I'll mark the initial count as one, and I'll take painter one, right? Suppose that I've taken painter one as of now. And I'm saying that if I have to do the task in 30 minutes, right? In that case, what will happen? Every painter will be allowed not more than 30 minutes. Now, what will happen? I will assign the work. So work will be initially 0. Okay, initially the painter one hasn't done any painting, correct? Okay, Abhinav, because we are
Yeah,
starting off.
yeah.
Right. So tell me, Abhinav, can the painter one paint this particular board? Tell me. Guys, tell me. If every painter can take at most 30 seconds, if I'm allowing every painter 30 units of time, so can the painter one paint this? Because up till now,
Yeah,
painter one has done 0 units of time,
yeah,
0 units
yeah.
of work.
He can, he can.
He can. Painter can, right? So the work done will be nothing but 5 units, right? So painter one can paint this. Then I'll move to the next index, right? So suppose that painter one can do this task, right? Okay, great. After this, can the painter one do this particular task as well, Abhinav? What do you think?
Yeah, he can.
Can he paint it for 10 as well? Yes,
Yeah,
he can paint
yeah,
this particular board as well, because maximum any painter can paint 30 units in my case. If I'm allowing the task to be done in 30 units, and I'm allowing 3 painters, so each painter can take 30 units of time, right? So in that case, what will happen here is, basically what will happen here is, painter one can paint this one as well, right? Painter one can paint this one as well. In that case, what will happen? The work done by the paint, the units of time that the painter one has done work will be 15. Correct, Abhinav?
yeah.
Correct.
It will be. It will be.
Okay. Now, guys, tell me, can the painter one paint this particular board as well? Yes or no? Just quickly write yes or no in the chat. Can the painter one paint this particular board?
I
Can the
think
painter
it
paint this
cannot.
particular board?
I think it
Why,
cannot.
Abhinav? Why it cannot?
Because
Why?
I think then the work will be exceeded. Then the total will be 45. So and we want it
Mm,
just 30, na. So we can he can't
yeah, you
paint more
cannot.
of it.
Basically, you cannot. Why? Because I am allowing every painter to. If I want to do the task in 30 minutes, then each of the 3 painters can take maximum 30 minutes each. But if the painter one does this particular task, na, if he does this particular
Exactly.
task, in that case, what will happen? He will not be able to, he will not be able to maintain the limit of 30 units. So painter one cannot do this, right? Because the current work, can I say, Abhinav, that the current work done by the painter, right? Plus, up till now, whatever work has been done, plus the ith work that I'm trying to allocate. Let's suppose this is the ith work, right? Let's suppose that this is the ith work. This is RFI here, right? So if it is lesser than equal to this particular limit that I had set, only then he would have been able to do the work. Otherwise, now he is not able to do the work. Correct? That is what this is the
Yeah.
correct. Manish is saying right thing. Okay. So what will happen, Abhinav? You will deploy the second painter now, because the painter one cannot paint. Okay. And notice that painter one
Exactly.
will not come back, because if painter one has finished, so now he cannot come back. So now I'll deploy the second painter. So now count will be marked as 2, and now painter 2 will paint this particular board. Correct, Abhinav?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So the work done by painter 2 is now 30. So I'll say that, okay, fine, painter 2 has painted this. I'll move further. So now I'll move to this particular board. Okay. So now tell me, can the painter 2 paint this particular board? Yes or no, guys? Quickly let me know in the chat. Can the painter 2 paint this particular board? Yes or no?
I think
Can the
no.
painter 2
Yes.
paint the board of 20 units of length?
It will exceed its work limit. They are also implying it.
It will exceed. He cannot. He cannot. Gaurav, he cannot,
Right.
because he has already done 30 units of time. If he'll do 20 more, then every painter can do at most 30 units of time as of now. Right. So he cannot. He cannot. In that case, what will happen? Can I say, Abhinav, that I'll deploy a third painter for it? Correct? For
Exactly.
the task.
Exactly.
So I'll deploy a third painter, right? And I'll say that the count will increase by one more. Count will become 3, right? And the work done by the painter 3 as of now, the work will get updated for the painter 3, and the work is now 20. Correct? Now, as of now, the work is 20. After this, what will happen here is, after this, I'll move to the next board. So after this, Abhinav, I'll move to the next board. So Abhinav, can I paint this particular board with 15 length? Can the painter 3 paint this particular board with, 15 length? Or we need another painter for this? What do
No,
you think?
no. He can't, because the work limit will be exceeded. It will be 35, and we want it maximum to be 30 only. So another
Yeah.
painter is needed, but we don't have another painter. So that's also a case.
Just basically see what has happened. If the painter 3 does this, so he will take 35 units of time, but I am allowing only 30 units of time maximum, so the painter 3 cannot paint it. So Abhinav, can I say that I should basically deploy one more painter indirectly, and I should mark the count as 4, right? And then painter 4 will be deployed for it, and he will do this particular task, and then the complete board is painted with 4 painters, correct? Yes or no,
Yeah,
guys? Is it clear
yeah.
that I've taken 4 painters, right? My count is what? My count is 4. The number of painters that I've taken is 4. But Dilpreet was allowing only 3 painters to do this. So, guys, can I do this particular task in 30 units of time? If I'm having 3 painters and I'm allowing each painter to paint maximum 30 units of time, right? So, can I do it with 3 painters with like, can I do it with 3 painters in 30 units of time? No,
No, it
no,
is
no.
not
Please write
possible.
no, no. We cannot. It is not possible, right? It is not possible. No, it's not possible, right? It's not possible for me to do that. Okay. So what I will do is, what I'll say, Abhinav, is, uh, Abhinav, will you directly try to now do it in 80 seconds, or like 80 units of time, or will you do something else now?
No, I think that according to the binary search approach, now we will search
No,
for the
no.
middle
See,
element.
no, no. After this, now, Abhinav, what you will do is, see, we want to talk about the intuition part as well. After this, what will happen? You will try to say that, okay, can I, if I was not able to do
31.
it with 30 units of time, right? I was not able to do it with 30 units of time. I will now try to do it in 31 units of time. Every painter I'll now give, all the 3 painters, I'll try to give 31 units of time. And let's see that they can do it in 31 units of time or not. 31 units of time, right? So, Abhinav,
Okay, yeah.
let's quickly see if I can do it in 31 units of time or not. Okay. So now what will happen is, see, Abhinav, what will happen? I'll mark the painter 1, right? I'll use the painter 1 initially. He will do the work as 0. Can the painter 1 paint this particular thing for me, Abhinav? What do you think? He can,
Yeah, yeah, he can.
right? Okay. After that, Abhinav, can the painter 1 paint this particular 10 for me as
Yeah,
well? Yes,
yeah,
because his
he
total work
can.
will be
Yeah,
15. Can the painter
exactly.
1 paint this, guys, for me? What do you think,
Yeah.
Abhinav?
No, no, he cannot because the work
He
limit will
cannot.
be exceeded. We need another painter. The count will be 2 and the work will be 30.
Yeah. So now I need the second painter. I need the second painter, and the work will get updated to 30 for the second painter.
Exactly.
After this, I'll move to the next board. I'll move to the next board. Now, can I do it in 20 units of time, guys? Can I do it in 20 units of time? Can the painter 2 do this particular task? What do you think,
Also,
Abhinav?
please, yes, please send us the problem link. I am just unsharing your
Yes.
screen. Please send me. I have unshared. You can open the chat and you can send me the
Okay,
right.
so while Yash is sending the link, I would just tell you the intuition behind it. Okay, like let's think in this scenario that जो पेंटर है अगर वो ज़्यादा काम कर पाता है मतलब एक पेंटर ज़्यादा काम कर पाएगा तो ऑब्वियस सा बात है ना कि वो जल्दी काम कर पाएगा मतलब सोचो कि एक पेंटर अगर 5 दिन में वो काम कर लेगा तो 6 दिन में तो कर ही लेगा 7वां दिन में भी तो कर ही लेगा so it is just like the same scenario. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So see, let's try and do it in 31 minutes. I'm allocating 31 units, right? So now painter 2, can the painter 2 do this? No, Abhinav, right? After
Yeah.
this, I will have to deploy another painter for painting this particular board with the unit as 20. So I'll use another painter and I'll mark the work as 20, right? Because the third painter has painted this and he has taken 30 units of 20 units of time. Now, Abhinav, can the painter 3 paint this particular board? What do you think? Can the painter 3 paint this
No,
particular board?
no, I
No.
don't
So
think
can I say
because
that
it
I'll
will
require the
exceed
fourth
30.
painter?
Yeah.
Right, it will exceed
Again,
31. Everybody is allowed 31. So it will exceed it. 35 is this night. So I cannot. So painter 4 will be needed. So the total count will be 4 and the work done by painter 4 will be 15. Right. So how many painters did I took? How many painters did I take? 4 painters. Correct, Abhinav?
exactly.
I've taken
Yeah.
4 painters. But I was
Yeah.
allowed to take only 3 painters. So in
Yeah.
this case, what I will do is I will say that okay, I was even not able to do it in 31 minutes. Let's try and increase it. And let's say if I allow every painter to take 32 units of time each, if I allow all the key painters to take 32 units of time, I'll speed up. Don't worry. Right. So what
We
will happen
have
here is
beginners also,
after
Jatin.
this.
We have beginners also who are having difficulty in understanding. So we have to continue so that everyone should understand. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
yes, you can continue.
After this, see, after this, I'll say that every painter is allowed 32 minutes. So see, painter 1 will paint this, correct? Painter 1 will be able to paint this as well, right? Okay, so painter 1, I have taken only one painter up till now and the work done is 15. Can the painter 1 paint this, Abhinav? No. I'll need a painter 2 for it, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
So the work done, the count is 2 and the work done till here is 30. Can the painter 2 paint this? Obviously not. Because 32 units of time is allowed and painter 2 has already painted 30. If he'll paint this, so his work will be 50. But 50 units is not allowed. In that case, I'll need a third painter for it, correct? After this, what will happen? After this, you will see that the work done by the painter 3, the count will be 3 and the work done will be 20, right? 3 painters like currently painter 3 is doing and the work done by him is 20. Now, Abhinav, can the painter 3 paint the last board with the 15 length?
No.
Can he paint the last board with the length is 15? No, he cannot.
Again,
He cannot.
the 4 painters will be needed.
Why he cannot?
Okay.
Because if painter 3 will paint this, then he will take 35 units. But I'm allowing only 32 units for each painter. So painter 3 cannot. I need another painter. So I'll need a painter 4. So what will happen? I've taken the 4th painter and the work done by him is 15. So how many painters did I take, Abhinav? 4 painters. Right.
Again 4.
But I was only allowed to take 3 painters now. Correct? Is this part clear to everyone?
Yeah.
Right. I was allowed to only take 3 painters. So I'll say that no, it cannot be done. Right. It cannot. So I am saying that within if I allow all the 3 painters to paint 32 units of time each, even then I cannot do the task. So now I will do what? Similarly, I'll try to do it for 33 as well. Okay. So see, for 33 also, it will not work. Why? Are you getting this? See, 33. Count will be marked as 1. This will be the paint, like work is 5, right? Painter 1 paints this. Then painter 1 is able to paint this as well, right? Because I'm allowing 33 units. Okay, Abhinav, can the painter 1 paint this as well? What do you think?
No.
Okay, the count is this and this. Okay, painter 1 cannot paint this because if he will paint this whole, then his work will be 35. But he's allowed to only do 33. So I need a painter 2 for it. So I'll say that, okay, let's increase the count to 2. And let's do one thing. Let's say that after that, the work done will be 30 units, right? Yes, Shweta, you are saying the right thing. So I'm developing the idea for it only, right? I'm developing the idea for it that why is this so? After this, Abhinav, you will take the third painter 3 for this, right? Because painter 3 cannot, painter 2 cannot paint the board with length 20. So you'll take a third painter and the work done will be 20. Now, Abhinav, can you do this with, can you paint the last board with 15 with the help of painter 3?
No, it will exceed, I think. Yeah.
Because this will be 35, but I'm only allowing 33 minutes for each painter. So I need a painter 4 for it. So I'll say that I'll mark the count as 4 and the work done will be 15. So how many painters did I take to paint the board? Guys, quickly comment down. If I allowed 33 minutes to each of the 3 painters, then I'm taking how many? I'm taking 4 painters.
4 painters.
So I have to do this task in 3 painters or maybe less than 3 painters. So I cannot do it. Right. So in that case, I can say that 33 is also not possible. Right. Okay. If you will observe this now for 34 as well. For 34, if you will do the same thing, so it will not be possible. You can, if I'll dry run it, I'm currently not drying it. I'm currently not doing the dry run of it. But if you will do it for 34 as well, then this will also not work. Okay. But after this, after some time, if you will try it for, let's say 35. So after this, basically you are moving every time. You started from this range 30. You check whether you can do this with 30 units of time for every painter, for every key painters, right? You will not. 31, you cannot. 32, you cannot. 33, you cannot. You search it for 34 also, you cannot. After this, when you will increment and when you will mark it as 35, some people are saying I'm fast, some people are saying I'm slow. Ujwal is saying I'm fast, but I don't you can tell me, guys, is it fine? Right. After that, I'm allowing 35. So let's see if I can do this particular work in 35 units of time or not.
Yes.
Right.
Let's try this.
We will be going till the value 80.
Yeah, so we will be going till 80, guys. This live is
No.
going to be till second 2 p.m. So you guys can just ask your family member to give your lunch here, dinner here. The live will be till 2 p.m.
Yeah, see, after that,
We will be starting with the code part at 1:30. Before that, we are continuing with this thing till 80.
Right, so I'll allow 35 units of time for each of the painters, all the three painters, right? So Abhinav, see this. Painter one will paint this,
Yes.
right? He will be able to
Yeah.
do this. After that, can the painter one paint this segment as well? Yes, painter one can paint this as well.
Yeah.
So his total work done by him is 15. Can
15.
the painter one paint this 30 with the this particular board with 30 length? The next board,
No, no,
because if he will
no,
paint
he
all this,
can't.
then the work done by him is 45.
It will be
So he
45,
cannot.
right? It will exceed.
He's a,
Exactly.
so in that case, what you will say is, you will say that okay, I need a second painter, and the second painter will now do the work in 30 minutes, right?
30
For this,
minutes.
can the painter to paint this particular board with 20 length, Abhinav? What do you think?
No, I don't think,
Yes,
because the work
change the
will
color
become.
to red when you are going to third
Actually,
painter.
red will be not visible on black much. Is it visible properly? Not so
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, it's visible
It's
properly.
pink. It's pink.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let's see if I can use pink. Pink will be better, maybe. Yeah. So see, after that, what will happen? Painter 3 will paint this particular thing, right? Because I need the third painter. So I'll say that okay, now painter 3 count will be changed to third painter, and painter 3 has done a work of 20 units of time. Can the painter 3 paint this board as well, Abhinav? What do you think?
Yeah,
Can the painter
that's
3
the
paint?
exact thing. He can.
Yes, painter 3 can paint it, right? Because if painter 3 paints this, then the total work done by the painter 3 will be 35 units, right? If he will paint both these boards. And then I've allowed every painter to have 35, maximum 35. So painter 3 can paint it. So can I say now what is the count of the painters? I have painted all the boards, right? I can see that I've painted all the boards. Now what is the count of the painters that I took? Quickly comment down, guys. How many painters did I took
Thank,
to paint? Now with, if I
thank
allow
God.
everyone to have 35 minutes.
Thank God
Yes.
answer
Three,
is not
sir.
55. Thank God answer is not 55. Otherwise, we have gone till 55. And then, yes, we say this is the
Yeah,
answer.
right.
Finally, we have got three count.
Just quickly comment down, right? With third, like, yeah. So you can understand how. Okay, can I say that I'm trying to search from? I started from 30, and people like see everyone agrees that I would have gone till 80, right? If I would have not got the answer, I would have gone till 80. So what kind of? I'm trying to search for the minimum possible answer, right? Abhinav, can I say that when I'll find this 35, so then directly I can return this particular thing, because this will be
Yeah,
the minimum time in which I can paint
exactly.
with three painters or maybe less than three painters. Correct?
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
Right. So you have to observe what, like we are trying to search for the minimal time. What kind of search is this? If I'm searching for every value, first of all, 30, that started from 30, I started from 30, let's say, then 31, 32, 33, 34, and so on. So what kind of process is this? What kind of searching is this called? Can I say that it is nothing but linear search? All of you can
It
quickly
is a
comment on
linear
linear
search.
search. Now, this is nothing but linear search. Correct? This is nothing but linear search. You can quickly comment on +1 if you can understand that this type of searching, that I'm checking for each of the values, and like for every value I'm trying to search, and whenever I'm getting a particular value, then I am saying that okay, this value is there. This is nothing but linear search, right? But see, when linear search comes into play, then binary search can also come into play, right? But see, guys, can I say that basically, what is the Abhinav? What is the data set on which I'm trying to apply the linear search? Can you tell me that? Can I say that the data
Like,
set is nothing but from 30 till 80?
yeah, that is
Yes or
just
no?
a range of numbers. You can, it is just a range of
Yeah.
numbers. So you can simply use a loop.
Yes, basically, I am applying. Yeah, the data set. You are saying the right thing, correct, Siddharth? You are saying that the range that I'm applying to do the binary search is trying to do the linear search is from 30 till 80, right? So I can generate
Yeah,
it using I basically. And can I say that
yeah,
I am doing linear search on this particular data, right? And can I
yeah.
indirectly say that when I am looking at this data, can I say that indirectly 30 to 80 if I'll go sequentially, as you can see I've written,
Yeah.
can I say that it looks like sorted range, right? Basically, because this is a range from 30 till 80, can I say that it is sorted?
Yes,
Correct. And I
absolutely.
was
So
doing a
what you
linear
can
search
do
on
is,
this.
yeah, just
Yes.
open a new
Yes,
page.
Siddharth.
Just open a new page so that
Uh,
everyone would get a better
yeah, sure.
perspective. Just open a new page.
Yeah,
Okay. So see, just write from 30 to 40. Just write from 30 to 40.
sure.
Okay. So please see this was absolute clear. Okay. And you would understand. Okay. Like how this all is working. Okay. Yeah, 39 is enough. 39 is enough. You don't need to do
Okay, fine.
anything. So yeah. So if you observe that the answer was what? The answer was 33.
35 for this question. It was 35.
35.
Answer was
So
35.
from 35, the answer is true. So just write from 35, answer is true. Before that, false. Just write it.
Correct. I will do this. Yeah, this is the pattern that you need to observe. Can I say that 35 will be true, guys? Correct. See, for this the answer was false, right? Answer was not possible. For this also with K paint with like in K with K painters or less than K painters, the answer was not possible. You were taking more than K painters. For this also it is not possible. For this
Yeah.
also it is not possible. Not possible. But if it is possible for
But from
35
this
guys,
point,
if suppose it is possible for 35, yes. So can I say that if I can do it in 35 with K within K painters, at most using K painters, so I can do it in 36 units for every painter. I can allocate 36. It can also be done with 37 also with K painters. I can do with 38 also with K painters. I can do with 39 also I can do. Correct? Please write yes in the chat. Are you clear with this thing, guys? Yes, Siddharth. You can carry
okay,
forward.
so just relate it with the same example that I told you beforehand. Okay, so see, suppose the time required to entice your love is 1 year. So in 2 years, you can definitely do that, but less than 1 year, it is not possible. So the first occurrence is
Correct.
35. So if 35, well, 35 may at the point 35, if the painters can complete the job, then if you give them more time, then obviously they can do it. So, is this not that we need to find the lower bound of the true value? If you just observe, this is nothing but finding the lower bound of the true value. This is
Correct.
the range where there is a false and true value, and we need to find the first occurrence of the true value. Is it the same one?
Yes.
Like lower bound is building a base for this. Yeah. Just quickly
You can write
confirm
a plus
this
one
if the
if you have
dots are
understood
getting.
this.
Yeah, if so,
Yes,
so
Siddharth.
quickly give a one if the dots are getting connected and if you're getting what I'm trying to convey and what why is this false, false, true, true, true. How is this ordering coming
First
up in
occurrence
our
of
mind?
T. First occurrence of T. That is what Siddharth is trying to say. First occurrence of T. Right? First occurrence of T.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
That
quickly
is
give me a
indirectly you
one
can say
if the
lower
dots
bound
are
as well.
getting connected. Yeah, this is nothing but lower bound of the true value. If this function was given, this is nothing but lower bound of
Yeah.
true value. अब तो easy है. Lower bound of true value तो करना बहुत easy है आपके लिए. Okay. Yes, you can move forward.
Yes. Okay.
Do
So
you want
see,
a
see
break?
guys.
So, if you want, we can have a break. Let me know.
As of now, I don't think that can we proceed with the question. Audience can tell if they want a break as of now, but we are into this question only. But did you understood
Okay,
this?
then
Like
you can
how,
move
why
forward.
my research is okay. So see, basically for see for from 39 till 80 also na, for all the values you'll be having true, true, true. Right. So instead of doing a linear search, na, can I say that my lowest range is nothing but 30 here, right? And my highest range is nothing but 80 here. Right. Now I am saying that if my lowest range is 30 and the highest range that I'm having is 80. So understand this if the lowest range is 30 and the highest range is 80. So indirectly, Siddharth, I was doing a linear search earlier, correct? Which of which you were
Yeah,
both correct. A lot of time was taken,
yeah,
and you understand how linear
yeah,
search takes a lot of time and why the program fails, right? What is TLE for
yeah,
the
absolutely.
system? Also, it is very difficult, right?
Yeah,
Now I
absolutely.
am saying that on this data set looks like sorted, right? Because indirectly this is a range only, and this range is indirectly you can say sorted only. So what I can do here is can I say that if instead of applying linear search, wherever linear search can be applied, I can see that here the data seems to be in sorted fashion, right? The range. So I can say that I can apply my search. Now, what will be the mid? If the high is 30 and the low is 80, then what will be the mid? What will be the mid, guys? What will be the mid? What will be the mid, guys? Quickly let me know. What will be the mid? Mid will be nothing but 30 plus 80 divided
Low
by
plus
2.
high,
Correct, guys?
low plus high divide by 2.
110 divided by 2, that's going to be nothing but 55. That's going to be nothing but 55.
Yes,
The mid is going to be 55. Correct, Siddharth? The mid will be
yes,
55. Right. So, Siddharth, can I say that the answer for 55 will also be true? Correct. Can I say
yes,
that for
absolutely.
55 also? You can do it. How you can do it? I'll just quickly give a dry run. Okay, Siddharth. Let's understand this as well, Siddharth. You can help me
Okay,
out with this. See,
sure.
if how it can be done with 55, why 55 will also be true? Because see, you can see Siddharth. He is hiring three
Yeah,
painters, right? So you have to do the
okay,
job with three painters or maybe less than that. But at most you can use three painters, correct? Maybe you can use
okay,
less than three painters, but he is having three painters. Okay. So
okay,
now it is not necessary that you use all the three painters. You can do it with less also. So see, I am saying that if I allow to do it in 55 minutes, right? So I am allowing each of
yes,
the painters. If I use all three painters, so I'm allowing all of them to use 55 units each. 55, 55, 55. Each will have can maximum do the work in 55 minutes. So see, I will do what I'll mark the count. I'll initially have the first painter, and initially he will not do any work. but he will start from here. He will start from here. So what will
Okay.
be the work done? Work done will be 5. Okay. After
Right.
that, what will happen? Painter 1. This is I'm explaining this for this one only. Then after that, it will be pretty much self-explanatory. Why others will also be
Yeah.
good. Right. So after this, painter 2. Okay, can the painter 2 do this particular task? Yes. Because the total work he
Yes,
will
this
do
would
here
be
is 15.
50.
And he's allowed to do 55. Correct. After
Yes.
that, Siddharth, can the painter okay, sorry, painter 1. Sorry. Yeah. Can the painter 1 paint this as well, Siddharth? What is your opinion on that?
Yes, because 15 plus 30 is 45, which is less than 55. So yes, you can move forward with this one also.
Just because you can painter 1 can paint this also. So painter 1 can paint this also. So that this indirectly means that 45. He has done how much units of work? He has done 45 units of
45.
work, right? He has done 45 units of work, right? After this, can the painter 1 paint this, Siddharth? What is your opinion? Can the painter 1 paint this?
No, 45 plus 20 is equals to 65, which is greater than 55.
Yeah.
So now he need to pass on this work to the next painter.
So I'll allocate a new painter. So I'll say that okay, let's have a new painter. Let's mark the count as 2, and I'll be starting from this guy, right? So after this, what is the work done? 20. So that can so
20.
painter 2 does this. Can the painter 2 do the 15 for the 15 unit length as well?
Yes, absolutely. 20 plus 15 is equals to 35, which is less than 55. So third painter would be getting a break and he won't need to work.
Can I say that? You can see Siddharth and Yash are able to do this. Abhinav is not there, right? So you can assume that if 3 people were assigned for the stream, 2 people have done it, right? Is that clear? Is that clear that only 2 people were able to do those tasks, right? Okay. So you were allowed at most K painters, right? He could have used K painters, but still, if 55 is also doing the job, right? So if count is lesser than count of the painters that you have taken, if it is lesser than equal to K as well, then also things are fine, right? Yes, lock किया जाए, correct? Please give us a +1 in the chat if you have understood this thing, right? If you have understood this thing, why for
So
55 it will be a 2 as well? Yes,
yes,
Siddharth.
quickly give us a 1 and we won't see. Now we know that greater than 35 is possible, greater than equal to 35 is possible, less than 35 is not possible. How we have already seen that. So quickly
So
give us
whenever
a
the
1.
count,
If you're not understanding, give
if
us
the
a 0.
count is,
I
if the number of painters that you have taken, if it is K, it should not exceed K. If you can do the task with 2 painters as well, that is also good. But you should not take more than 2 painters, right? No, not more than 2 painters, 3 painters, sorry, not more than K painters. So that is why the count should be less or equal to K. Then only you can return a 2. Right. So see, I am saying this thing, Siddharth. Can I say, Siddharth, that suppose this was a particular range, right? So the range was 30. Like, see, this is my mid. Okay, this is my mid. Now
yes,
the dots will get connected more because this was something that
yes,
Abhinav was explaining in detail. Okay, so
yeah,
understand this that this is 80, right? So this is where my high is standing. This is where my low is standing. So can I say that in my answer, Siddharth, I can say that at least in my answer I can put the current mid. That is, I can put 55 into my answer. Correct? This particular guy because I can do it in
yes,
55.
absolutely.
Correct.
Yes,
Now I am saying this thing, Siddharth. Can I say that I want to minimize my answer, right? I want the minimum time in which I can do the job. If you will observe this, it says the problem says that you have to find the minimum time in which you can do the job with K painters, right? With K painters or less or maybe less also, right? So can I say this, Siddharth, that if I can do it with 55, I could have done it with 56, 57, 58 till 80 also, right, Siddharth? Correct? I could have
yes,
done it with them as
absolutely.
well. But
Yes,
but my task is what? My task is to minimize the time. This is nothing but time now. This range is nothing but time. If I can do it in 55 units, I can do it in 56, 57, 58. But I want to minimize my time, right? So in that case, what should I do? What should I do, Siddharth? Can you tell me? If I can do it in 55, I can do it from 56 till 80 also. But what should I
yeah,
do,
I
Siddharth?
can do it in more also. So I need to go with less.
Yes, I can do it with more, but I want to minimize my answer. I have got currently
Yes,
I am happy with this answer, but I should not become extremely happy. I should put in more effort. I should try to see
yeah,
can I minimize
absolutely.
this? Can I minimize this? So that is why I'll say that my search space, I'll neglect my searching in the right half. I'll neglect my searching in the right half. I'll no longer search in the
Hmm.
right half. I'll say that now my
Yes,
search space will be reduced to half because I'll not be searching in the right half. Now I'll be searching only the left half because I have got 55. Now I'll try to search from
yes,
the range 54 till 30. So I'll say that
yes,
high will be changed. Low range will still remain the same, correct? Please write same in the
yes, absolutely.
same in the chat. Low will remain 30 itself only, right? Because Low is still the same, but now I will change my high to nothing but mid minus one, because now I'll try to search in the left half of mid, in the left half. So my search space will reduce to half. Is this clear? Is this clear? Please write
Yeah,
clear in the chat
absolutely.
if you are clear with this. I hope that most of us are very much clear with this. We are trying to give you as much detail as possible for it.
Yeah,
Is
the
it clear?
same thing.
Plus one in
Like
the chat is what we
like see,
expect.
लोअर बाउंड मतलब पहला एलिमेंट खोजना, पहला पैर खोजना, पहला पैर कहाँ मिलेगा? सपोज यहाँ पे पैर मिल गया, उधर तरफ जाओ, पहला पैर मिलेगा, जाओ, कम पे जाओ ना. Same thing,
Siddharth is
same
trying to search for
explanation.
his pehla pyar, so he will go to the
No, no,
left,
no, no,
right?
no, no. I'm
Pehla,
trying to just connect
pehle.
the dots. No, no, I'm just trying to connect the dots. No
Okay,
offense.
great guys, great. So after this, what will happen? After this, what will happen, Siddharth? See, after this, what will happen? Basically, if you'll observe, so now the low is standing at 30, right? And the high, can I say it's standing at something like 54, if I'm not wrong, correct? Okay, now what's
Yeah,
the new mid? What's the new mid, guys? What's the new mid, Siddharth? Can you tell me that?
30 plus 54 divided by 2.
Okay, 30 plus 54, you are saying divided by 2, what's it's like? It's like 42, correct? Now
Yes,
it's 42.
it's 42.
Can I say that? See, we have observed that we can do it in 42 as well, right? You can see that it's coming true, so we can do it in 42 as well. Please write yes in the chat.
Yeah.
Agree in the chat. We can do it in 42 as well. Because you can see 35,
Just quickly
we
write
are
one.
showing you. For
So see,
42, you can
35
observe that
is the correct
pertaining to this.
answer. So 42 would be a true value. 42 would be giving a true value. Quickly reply yes.
Yeah, 42 will also give a true value, right?
Yes,
Correct.
everyone is
Absolutely, it
getting
will
it.
give us a true value.
Let us move forward.
Okay. So if that mid is also true, na Siddharth. So what I'll do is I'll say that
Yeah.
I'll do this, right? If the mid returns are true, I'll store that particular mid in my answer. So now answer will get updated to this new mid. So what will be the new value of the answer, Siddharth? Can you tell me that?
The new value of the answer would be the value 42.
The new mid, right? Because this mid is much
Yeah, the
better.
new mid.
So now
Yeah,
if the mid
the new mid.
returns are true, then I'll store it in my answer as I said. So answer becomes 42. Right now the answer becomes 42. Great. So
Yes.
can I say that if I can do it from 42, so I can do it with 43, 44, 45, 54, all this in the right side also, right? But
Yes.
I won't see. I can agree that I can do it on the right side as well. I can take 43 minutes, 44 minutes, all that stuff. But I want to minimize my answer. I still want to minimize my answer. Siddharth can do it in 42. Right. For Siddharth, the work can be done in 42. But he's still trying to search for his pehla pyar. So still, where will he go? In which direction he will go? Right. If he can do it with 42, 43, all that stuff, still he's trying to minimize. He's trying to find his pehla pyar. So in which direction he will go? Can I say that still he will have this answer and he'll try to search in the left. Please write left in the chat or plus one in the chat if you have understood this. Because you will try to
Okay.
minimize your answer. So that is why you will try to change your search space to the left, to the left, to the left. So what I'll do here is I'll say that the high will be, because the low will remain the same. I need to change my higher bound. So high will change to mid minus one. Again, the search space is getting reduced to half, because half of the range we are neglecting because we don't want to search it. Because if we can do it with 42, so we don't want to maximize our answer. We want to minimize it. We want to minimize it, right? In that case, since we want to minimize it, in that case, I'll say that now high will point to mid minus one. So high will point to 41, correct, Siddharth?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. After this, what will happen? What will be the new mid, Siddharth?
The new mid would be 30 plus 41 divided by 2.
It will be 35.
Yes,
Correct?
because it would be
It will be 35.
35.5, but taking out the integer part of it would be 35.
Correct? It will be 35, guys.
Yes.
35. Integer part, 35, this part divided by 2. Integer terms, if I store it in integer, then I'll get only 35 now. So it will be 35. Please write 35 in the chat real quick. Right. So for 35, Siddharth, you also know that it can be done with 35 units of time, right? You know that.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. It can be done with 35 units of time as well. Right. So
Yes.
if this mid is true, which it is true, we can write a check function for it, but we have manually checked it as well. It is true. In that case, what we will do is we'll say that answer will get updated to 35, right? And then Siddharth, what will I do? After this, can I say that I know that I want to minimize my answer. So I don't need to check for the right side, because if it is available for 35,
Yeah.
I can do it in 36, 37, all that stuff. But Siddharth will try
Yeah,
to search for
absolutely.
his pala pair, so he will go to the left.
Yeah.
Absolutely fair enough, right?
Okay.
Clear with this?
So just quickly,
Yes.
Dhruv, so I would just sum up quickly what Yash is trying to explain. So to understand what Yash is trying to explain, you can relate it with the example of bargaining with a shopkeeper. Suppose the minimum amount that he can give the sari that you are trying to buy for your mother is 10. So what you would do is you would say 12. So you say 12. 12 में दोगे क्या? Can you give it for 12? He says yes. So what you would do to save your money, you now try for 11. If he says yes, he would go. We would go for 10. Okay, but now take the scenario when you would try to go for 9. So at 9 he would say no, but you want to buy it. So now what you would do if the shopkeeper says no? You would try to increase the price. That is the same thing we are doing. If we are getting a false value, we would try to increase the value. If we are trying to get the true value, we would try to decrease the value. It is just like bargaining for the minimum price.
Yes, Siddharth. So currently mid was 35. I've stored it here. I've stored it in my answer. Okay. I've stored it in my answer. Right. So I'm saying that if I'm checking for the mid and if it returns a true, okay, then I'm storing it in my answer. Right. I'm showing, updating my answer.
Yes.
Right. But now let's get the new mid because now the high will point to 34. So Siddharth, what's going to be the new mid? 32, I think. Right. The new bit will be 32, correct? The new bit will be 32. Now, can I do it in
Yes.
32, Siddharth? What is your opinion? No,
Yes.
because
No,
I've
we
already
can't do
checked.
it.
Suppose my program is checking it and we have also checked it manually. We cannot. So
Yes.
if you cannot do it in 32, so in that case, you will do what? If you see, guys, if you will see, so now your mid was at 32. If you cannot do it with 32, then you cannot do it with anyone who is lesser than 32 as well. So can I say, Siddharth, that if you cannot do it with 32, then people who are less than 32, you cannot do it with them as well. So can I say that there is no
Yes.
point in searching on the left side, correct?
Yes. Absolutely.
So in that case, you will go to the right. You will go to the right. So in that case, what you will do is else if the mid is not true. So you'll say that what? You'll say that you will change your lower bound. No? You will change your low.
Yes.
You will change your low to mid plus one. Right. That is what you
Yes.
do in bind
Absolutely.
search, low to mid plus one. Because you will neglect the left half. You will neglect the left half. Correct. That is what you will do. Right. Great. So after this, what will happen is that now my low will get updated to what, Siddharth? I think it will get updated to 33 if I'm not wrong. Fine.
Yes. What you
After
can
this,
do
what
is,
will
I
happen?
think, yes, I think the false and the true condition both is catered. Okay. So what we can
Yes.
do is at 13 minutes is only left. You can move forward with the quoting part because false and true is both catered, and people would
Yeah,
understand
everyone is
after
clear with
that point of
yes.
time. They would.
Everyone is clear with this part. Everyone is clear with this part. Please write
Yeah.
plus one in the chat so that we can move to the coding part of it. Right. I hope
Okay.
that you have
So
understood this. We
if you want Yash to continue the explanation, for the explanation, you can reply with a 0. If you want Yash to get to the implementation, continue with 1. Just quickly reply. We want to know the views from you because many people are telling that you need to fast track it.
okay. Great. So no worries. I hope that you have understood the thought process for it. Many people have. There's a new person that is named as Bhutnath here. Great.
You are not ready to take the explanation, but see the amount of hard work by Yash. He is ready to give the explanation even beyond 4 hours. That too for
See,
free. These all things are done for free.
for those people who think that I'm very fast, you can understand I can be slow, but it should be genuine enough. The thinking should be genuine enough. Then only I'll be slow. If things are very obvious, then I'm not so slow. Nobody is slow in that
In
case,
short,
right? So
yes,
in that case,
genuine
initially,
banda hai.
okay, right. So you will mark the low as the first value, right? Basically, see, I'm trying to take the low as what? I'm trying to take it as the maximum value, na? So initially, what
Yes.
I can do is I can mark it as, let's say, something like int minimum, right? If I'm trying to, low will be the maximum, right? Maximum element of the array. I've already explained it. Okay. Then I'll
You
have,
can start
let's
with,
say that,
so this value is taken as int min, but as you know, negative amount of time can't be initialized to the painters. So low can be
right.
started off from 0 also. Like instead of
We can
going
start it
to
with
int
zero as
min,
well. Yeah.
0, because you know that
After
time
this,
can't be allocated in negative.
yeah, high will be what? High will be the sum of all the arrays, right? The highest time that I'll take if only one painter is painting. So if only one painter is painting, he will paint complete all the fences. So that will be the sum. So what I'll do here is I'll iterate. So I starts from 0. Okay. And I'll say that I is lesser than n. Then I'll do an I plus plus, right? And after this part, what I'll do is I'll say that low is equal to the minimum of the low, right? The minimum of the low that I've seen, sorry, the maximum element, the maximum of the low that I've seen up till now, comma the highest element of the array, right? That is what it will be equal to. And high will be equal to what? Like high will be the sum. So high plus is equal to all the elements, right? High will be nothing but the sum of all the elements. So I'll simply say that high plus is equal to array high. High will be the sum of all the elements, right? I hope that this is clear to everybody, right? I have already explained this.
Okay, so if this is
It's
not
very
clear in the
important.
first
The
class,
interviewer
so
will see. See, many times Siddharth,
yeah,
just Siddharth.
yeah. So what you can do is, if you are
Uh,
seeing the advanced binary search for the first time itself, what you can do is most of the times you can take low as int min and high as int max. And when you get a good hold over advanced binary search, then you can move forward with the initialization to the correct upper bound and lower bound. Okay, as of now, you can just take a very high value for high and very low value for low. Okay, but this is the correct way,
yes,
and the interviewer would ask you that what is the best initialization for low, what is the best initialization for high.
yes,
This is the initialization that mang recruiters would expect you to know. Yes, you can move forward.
right. So after this, I'll say that low is less equal to high. Till that point of time, I'll be moving. So what I'll say is, I'll say that okay, the mid is going to be equal to nothing but low plus high by 2. I know that some people will say why not other way, but as of now, this will work here. Okay. After this, Siddharth, can I say that I'll write a check function, right? I'll write a check function, and in
Yes,
that particular function, with that particular mid, I'll try it now. So I'll say that I'll pass
yes,
the array there, I'll pass the n value, I'll pass the k value, and I'll pass that mid. And if
mid
it
value.
returns me a true, if it returns me a true, if that particular checking is true, that I was checking, if it is
Yes,
true, in that case, I will simply say that answer. So first of all, what I can do is I need to return long now. So what I can say is initially I can mark the answer as -1, let's say, right? If it is not possible or something. So I can say that answer will be equal to mid, and then I'll say that high. I need to search in the left side. If this is valid, Siddharth will try to search for his spell pair. So he'll go to the left. He'll go to the left. Yeah, save and move to the left. Correct. So he will say that mid -1. I hope you can correct me if I'm writing anywhere wrong. Okay. Otherwise, if that particular mid is not able to do, then anybody who towards the left of that mid will not be able to do. In that case, you will simply say that low is going to be nothing but mid plus one. Mid plus one. Right, Siddharth? You'll search in the right side. And then you will simply return what? You will simply return this particular answer that you have calculated. Correct?
yes.
Same as binary search. What does the check do? Check I will write. Check is a customized function. The check is a function that I'll be write. Check is a user based function. I will write it on my own. It is
So
a
what
user
is
based
check? I
function.
will
I'll write it.
before he submits it, check would say check if the number of painters is required is less than the given number of painters. So check क्या करेगा ना,
Less than equal to.
इस बिट के लिए नंबर ऑफ पेंटर्स निकालेगा. अगर नंबर ऑफ पेंटर्स रिक्वायर्ड जो मेरे पास पेंटर्स है उससे कम पेंटर्स लग रहे हैं तो ठीक है भाई मैं काम करवा लूंगा, मगर नंबर ऑफ पेंटर्स ज्यादा लग रहे हैं जितने मेरे पास पेंटर्स है तो मैं फॉल्स वैल्यू रिटर्न करूंगा. ओके, दिस
Correct.
इज
So up till now you have understood. So please give us a +1 because now I'll be writing the check function further. Okay. +1 in the chat if you have understood till now, because now we'll proceed further for writing the check function. Okay. Great. So Nishant is saying +1. Others are also saying +1. Okay, great. So I'll write a check function. Okay, Siddharth, what will be the suppose Siddharth that I'm going to write a check function. So I am assuming that we'll write a check function. Okay. In this, I am thinking that I'll pass the array. Okay. Great. I am also thinking that I'll pass the n value, right? Okay. Then I'll pass the k value and I'll pass the current mid. Current mid is the current amount of time that you'll allocate to the every person. But Siddharth, this function is going to return me something. So what should be the return type of this particular function? Quickly comment down below, guys. Comment down what should be the return type of this particular function. That's very important for us, right? It's a custom function. Yes, it's a user-based function, right? Boolean. It should be Boolean because it's returning true or false. Correct, Siddharth? It should be Boolean.
yes, absolutely,
Absolutely,
it's
it should
would
be a
return
Boolean.
Yeah,
me a bit.
Should be a
exactly.
Boolean, right? So what I will do now is I'll say that okay, let's have a count, right? As I was doing earlier, let's have a count. Let's initially mark our count as 0, right? And let's initially mark the work for the very first painter as 0. So okay, let's take the first worker. Okay, so I'm saying that let's mark the count as 1. So I've taken the first worker, like first painter, and I've marked his work done as 0, right? His time that he has given up till now. If you lose time now, so the thing is that if you lose time, so it is a keyword. So that is in at least in C++. So I don't want to use time. That is why I'm using work here. Okay. So after this, I'll iterate, correct? So that I'll start iterating. So what will I iterate? I'll iterate through the array. So I starts from 0. I is going to be lesser than n, and then I'll do an I plus plus. Okay. Correct. That is what I'll do. Now, if I'm at the ith guy, so Siddharth, when I don't need a new painter? Can you tell me that? Can you tell me that when I don't need a new painter? Or Abhinav, can you tell me that when I don't need a new painter? I don't need a new
Yeah.
painter. See,
So
suppose.
when we
Okay,
will reach,
I'll tell you guys. See, suppose that the work done up till now is 0, and I've taken the first painter only, right? So suppose that I've allocated 35 minutes or something. Suppose, right? So suppose my mid is equal to 35. Suppose, right? So I'm saying that this particular work, right? Plus, like the current work, the work that I've done up till now, plus the ith work that I'm going to do. So plus 5. If it is lesser than equal to the mid now, then I can do it, correct, Abhinav? If the work that I've done up till now,
yeah,
right, plus like the work that I've done before, total work, plus the work that I'm trying to do now, the ith work. If the sum of that is lesser equal to mid, then I can do it. So I can do this 5, right? So I'll do this, right? After that, you will move to the next index, let's say, right? So I'll update my work, right? So if I can do it, so in that case, what will I do? Just give me a second, I'll erase this part. So I'm basically saying that if the work that I've done till now, plus the ith work that I'm doing, right? Ith painting that I'm doing, if it's lesser equal to the mid, then I'll simply say that I'll update this work plus is equal to RFI. I'll update this particular work to myself, right? That is what I'll do. I'll not take any new painters. Similarly, you can see for this also one more time. I'm explaining it for another index. See this, if I'm at this 10, so I am allowed 35, right? So the work that I've done before is 5. Now the current work that I'm doing is 10, right? The amount of time that I'm giving is 10. So this is 15. It is lesser equal to mid, so I can do it now. That is why. That is why I'll not need a new painter. So if the work that I've done before, plus the that this particular current painter has done before, plus the work that he's trying to do now, if it is lesser equal to the mid, if it's lesser equal to the mid, in that case, what will he do? In that case, what will you do? You'll simply update his work. You'll not need any new painters, correct? Please give us a plus one in the chat if you have understood this part, everyone. Did you understood
Okay,
this?
mid is nothing here but the capacity of each. So हम लोग क्या करते हैं जब भी कोई नया टास्क लेते हैं तो हम लोग चेक करते हैं ना ये मेरे
Just
कैपेसिटी के अंदर है कि नहीं. Okay, so we are just adding up that value and we are checking if it is less than the capacity or not, less than equal to. This is what we are doing. Yes, we can move forward.
okay. Otherwise, if that painter cannot do it, right? So in that case, can I say that I need a new painter, right? I need to increase the number of painters. I need one more painter. So that is why I'll mark the count as increased by 1 plus 1, right? Correct. I'll increase the number of painters. And for that particular painter, ith work could not be done by the previous painter. So this ith work will be done by the current painter, right? So I will assign this particular work to the new painter, right? Just Shweta, you are also saying the right thing, but this is also correct, na? Like basically, if you will see here, so let's suppose 35 was there. So I can simply say that see till 15 the work was already done. Suppose so count was 1, right? Then I move to this. So if I move to this, so the work done previously is 15. 15 plus 30 will give me 45, which is greater than 35, which is greater than the current mid. In that case, what I will be doing is, in that case, I'll simply say that I need to I need a new painter. So I need a new painter. So I'll mark the count as 2. And the work done by the second painter till now will be this much, right? This ith guy. That is why I'm updating it to the ith index, right? Array of I. Right. So that is what I'll do. And in the end, after iterating, I'll check if the number of painters that I've taken, as I've already discussed, if it is less equal to k. If it is less equal to k, then what will you do, Siddharth? Or enough? You will return a true,
yeah, then
correct?
it will written true
Yes.
Otherwise,
exactly.
you will return a
Written
false. Right.
false.
That is what you will do. Okay, let's see if I have made any errors here or not. I hope that I have not made any errors. Let's try and see
The
what
most
happens.
the most crucial part of the whole explanation is the
Okay.
summation.
Passing it.
I think that's the syntax error
Okay.
No,
or
like
logical
Okay.
error.
basically, I was comparing a array values int and I was comparing it
Ah,
with longer. That is why. Okay.
so it should be
Okay. Did
long
I
long,
take
right?
anything else?
It should be long only. We have to
Yeah,
make it
yeah, yeah.
long
It
long.
should be long. Right.
It's okay. You will get your lower bound, but first you have to just solve this problem.
Okay. So you can see it works on the samples. Let's try and submit it for all the other cases. I hope that it will work. I've not made any mistakes generally.
Let's see. All the best.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
it's
it's work.
completely fine.
Yeah, it's done.
No, no, no,
Okay,
no.
it fails.
Oh,
It fails.
no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay,
बड़ा
your code's
फंसा
output
यार.
is this. Okay, why does my code fail now?
Uh,
Okay,
yeah, long and
this
वो वाला देख लो एक बार. Just
okay.
initialize the
Let
answer and
me.
all. Just see everything is correct or not. Just see it in the check function, I think.
Please check the check function. I think there is some problem.
Here you are not making errors. Just go to the check function. Check
Let me
Okay, I
let
function
me
think
में,
that there will
why
be a.
it is.
yeah, yeah. Just make it long.
Okay,
Just
let's
see
say
the
that it is
Make
input
long,
everything
values.
as
long.
See
long.
the input values.
And you are taking the
Uh,
mid is a long hair, no? So I think mid is a long hair. So you need to
Okay,
make the
yeah,
mid
yeah.
in the check function
Just
also.
one thing that I've done wrong here, Siddharth. One thing that I've done wrong here is I was passing the long as mid as long, so I should pass it to long, long. Sorry,
Yes, yes,
I
yes.
passed it as int accidentally. Yeah, right.
You
I
can
should have passed it as
you
long
should
because it can be long, na?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let's try and submit it
Chalo.
now. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, fine, passes. Great. So you can
Okay.
write a clear in the chat, guys. It passes all the test cases, right? Still, there's one more thing that's left. You can write a clear in the chat. You can write, yeah, it's failed. Yeah, it failed on the last test case, right? But still, there is one more thing that I wanted to discuss. Just the one last thing, Siddharth. Can I discuss it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think
See, I
Siddharth,
can
we can hand
I can
over
see
the
that the
live to
viewers got.
Yash,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we can. Okay, so guys, thank you for being here. Thanks from my side and Siddharth. Yash will be taking this class till 1 p.m. 1 a.m. Sorry. So thank you guys. Thank you very much.
No,
No, no, no.
it's
See, see,
joking.
as
अरे सब सही भाग जाएंगे रुक जाओ.
see. Can I say that? Can I say that for one for a particular time when I have a particular mit, right? For a particular mit, how much time I'm taking, right? For a particular mit, can I say that I am taking order of n time for the check function, correct? Correct.
Yes, absolutely.
For a particular mit, I am taking order of n time to check it, correct? Please write yes in the chat. For a particular mit in my code, I am taking order of n time, right?
Hmm.
Now I
और
can
मिड
simply
कितना
say
बार निकाल रहे
that
हो? और मिड कितना बार होगा बाइनरी सर्च में? नंबर ऑफ मिड्स इन द बाइनरी
how many
सर्च.
times the mid will be there? How many times for one mid I'm taking
Log
order
base
of
2
n
n.
time? How many mids I can have? Right. Basically, logarithmic of n, correct? Log n. Please write log n in the chat. For one mid, right? For one time, for when one time mid is there, then I'm taking order of n time. So for almost you can say for n mids, let's say, right? For like sorry, for n like if the search space initially is n, so the number of times that you will calculate is log n, right? So for log n mids, for one mid it is taking order of n n time, right? So for log n mids it will take n log n time, right? Are you clear with this thing? Right. Please write a clear in the chat, guys. I hope that this complexity is clear, right? And you're also clear with this thing that initial array was not given as sorted. Initial array was not given as sorted, right? Initial array was not given as sorted, but still the bind search could be applied because I was trying to apply bind search not on the indexes, not on the array itself, but on the range, on the possible people who could be the candidates for the answer, right? Just a quick +1 and a like to the video will help. Yes, Siddharth, I think that you can take the lead from here if you want. If it's clear, you can write a clear plus in the chat or +1 in the chat for one last time for this problem.
Okay,
Okay, I hope that
fair
you
enough.
have understood the intuition.
Yeah, you can move forward. Yes, you can sum up.
Yeah, so this was the thing, right? Basically, if you will initially think, so we had a particular, like we had this particular search space. I don't know where it is now, right? But basically, you had a search space, right? You were initially searching for 30 till this point. So that was kind of linear search, right? So you had to decide what would be the range. But if you can do linear search, then obviously these are ranges and you can apply binary search on it. So that is the overall crux of it. And basically, the other part was how to write the check function. So the check function for problems like binary, like for problems like you can say aggressive cows or many other problems. This is how you will be doing it. You will be applying the binary search on some kind of range, some kind of valid range. The lowest possible answer may be the highest possible. Suppose that if you have to find the maximum time. Suppose if somebody asks that okay, find the maximum answer. In that case, instead of going for this particular part, that when you get that valid mid, instead of going to the left, you will go to the right. Are you getting this part? If somebody wanted the
Yes,
maximum answer, so in that case, you will change your low to mid +1. You will try to search on the right side. If somebody wanted the answer to be as high as possible, right? If this kind of pattern was there,
Yes.
guys, suppose if it was true, all this stuff was there, right? And false, something like this. So in case if you wanted this particular guy, in that case, if you get this as mid, then you'll try to change your search space from. Are you getting my point? You'll try to change your search space from mid plus one. Like you'll update your low as mid plus one. Okay. You can write understood, guys, in the chat. This is what I wanted to explain about buying search and answer. And this is nothing but the template initially that Abhinav had only provided to us in terms of buying search, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough. So let
Yes,
me just
Abhinav.
sum up everything. So we started off with linear search. We talked about linear search. Abhinav moved forward and introduced us to the topic of binary search. Then we saw how to do binary search for searching an element. Then we moved forward and we did intermediate binary search, which was nothing but lower bound and upper bound. Then Yash moved forward and he kept with the promise of doing the advanced binary search, and he was very well successful in it. Okay, so see, if you are not getting, so suppose you got the explanation of binary search, or you got the explanation till my point, or suppose there is a checkpoint, suppose till the last you weren't able to get, but till first or till me you were able to digest it. So take this as the same scenario. So if DSA was this easy and binary search can be completed in just 4 hours, then every other person would be best in binary search. So this is not the scenario. Okay. So we coders, people who are good with binary search, if you ask them, they have been practicing binary search for the last 6 months, 7 months, 2 months, or 1 month. So more than 1 month or 1 year time frame, we have allocated it to a 4 hours time frame, and we did our best to deliver it. Hope you would appreciate it. As an appreciation, we don't want anything but the reach of this video could be increased so that our work could be justified and it would allow us to work more. Okay, fair enough. So last but not the least, for the next 3.5 minutes or 3.1 minutes, we would be having a Q&A session, and after that we would leave. Okay, Q&A session. Quickly ask your doubts and we would be moving forward with it. Okay, so now people who thought that, okay, let's cater the doubt of Shubhankar. So see, advanced binary search would be asked in a third. So in 30 minutes, if you're coming to the conclusion that I need to use a for loop, I need to hit the first point or last point, then this is a binary search. So after a point of time, you would see a pattern in binary search like this, and you would be able to do it within 15 to 20 minutes. Because if you have seen, the explanation was this big, but the code was this small. So if you have understood this, you would just require 5 to 10 minutes in code. Your sweat is appreciated, yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else who would like to ask us anything else? We will just end the stream after 2 minutes. Abhinav, you have anything to tell?
No, that's
Abhinav, are you in
fine.
the
Not
chat?
from my side. It's fine from my
Okay.
side. Yes.
Yes, anything you would like to convey?
Uh, all of you can write helpful in the chat if this session was helpful, right? I am seeing like a lot of people are still there, so all of you can write helpful. Or if there was something that you picked up, let's say if someone was beginner, then Abhinav started off with beginner's point of view, right? He told you about buying search. He also even went to the extent of writing a recursive buying search, right? Then he also explained to you about log, why it is log n and why it is to the base 2 as well. He also explained you that. So for that also he needs appreciation, right? Then for Siddharth, I think that nobody will forget the lower bound pehla pair, right? Like nobody will forget lower bound, upper bound concept, right? Then after that, I was a bit slow today, but I needed to be a bit slow because it was buying search and answer, and I wanted to show you how linear search is so slow, then how buying search can be applied, right? So all of you can tell us, what is it like? How was it? Or you want to speed up more? You want us to speed up more? Or you want to do something else? But you can see that there's a lot of planning that we had to do because uh, there are a lot of components in buying search as well, right? So there was this much, right? But according to expertise, according to the like, we also had to pick a lot of questions from the SD sheet and other stuff. That okay, this is the question that will suit this particular purpose. This is the question that will suit this particular purpose. So you have done all those things. So the minimal that we expect from you is nothing but just a little appreciation in the comments and in terms of likes only. right? Because we
Okay.
have been doing it for 4 long hours. You can understand that we the thing is that we don't even want to speak after this. Okay, so
More
if
than
you'll
four
appreciate
hours.
that, so that will be good. Speaking for 4 hours.
Okay. So we don't claim this in either of the streams. But my claim would be that after watching this live stream with absolute justice, you won't ever encounter a question which you would say that Siddharth or Yash or Abhinav has not explained this part of it. Like all the essential parts or the non essential parts have been explained in this single live stream of 4 hours. So I love to cater this doubt at each of the stream. Okay, so this is the most funny doubt. Okay, so if you think that
And I
this,
like to answer it.
so yeah, answer it. Yes.
So it depends on the availability of Abhinav only, how much he is free at times. It depends on his availability currently. Obviously.
Yeah, fair enough.
I
But
am
the
I
next
am
one more explanation would be, अगर रोज 4 घंटे की डिलीवरी शुरू कर दूंगा ना, तो हम लोग पढ़ेंगे कब भाई? मतलब हम लोग कब पढ़ेंगे? We won't be able to improve. And after around 15 to 20 days, our knowledge would be over, I think. What do you think, Yash?
Yeah, looking at the lights are on and everything is on, so it's very difficult to look 4 hours straight. The light is coming
So,
from the laptop, from the lights, from the
yeah,
like it's very tough.
most of the times after these are long live stream, due to this whole lighting and all, after the live stream, we are not able to sleep for the whole night due to this.
You can understand. Abhinav has bought Abhinav has bought a Blu-ray cutting chashma, right?
I know
Blue
I
filter
know
chashma.
but that's just because
Abhinav is
we remember
very
the
Because
good
this
at
is the
time.
newest purchase that he has, right? This is the newest purchase that he has made. Okay, so plus one for that.
Avinav is very health
Definitely,
conscious. Avinav is very health conscious.
plus one for that. Like you can see, we are not joking, guys. You can see that, right?
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Great
great,
session.
thanks.
Advanced bioresearch. Thanks a lot. Okay. So we have just 130 seconds more and then we would turn off the session. Okay. ये काफी बढ़िया था. ये savage लड़का है भाई. This person is savage. Thanks a lot, brother. Okay, so that was it from our side. So there must have been many instances in the last 4 hours that we as the mentors weren't that great or best in that scenario. But you need to understand that we on the other end are humans and we are on a public platform. So we tend to make mistakes because of all this public visibility and all. So I hope you would undo all the mistakes and you would move forward with it. Okay, just a sec. Okay, you can create your own stack overflow. Okay, चल रही है. क्या पता आजकल चैटिंग ज़्यादा चल रही है अभिनव की. या इट माइट बी अ सिनेरियो. Yeah, it is. Like Abhinav is still busy at chatting. Okay, fair enough. So enough of this. Thanks a lot. And if you were here till this part of the solution or this part of the stream, be it either live stream, be it on the recorded part, and you liked it and you want to justify it, again a simple one. That tell us the next topic you want. Tell us tell us how was your experience with this long 4 hours, and it would be very beneficial to us, be it either on the emotional terms, be it either on the reach. So that's it for today. Thank you and have a nice night. Good night, everyone.
Thank you guys. Thank
Yeah,
you
bye
very
everyone.
much.